Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that's crown. I'm on the top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait for late, cause in a minute I'm escape. If there is no debate, no, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I am from NFL, up the block is 40 Wolves, Lou Simpsons on 142nd Cross Square, D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Prostitution, they're saying, has this statute maximum of 10 years. I just can't see that they would just go on the lessest of charge and convict him without the sex trafficking, but you never know. I think it's 15 years plus. Alert, alert. Diddy escaped in his high on pink cocaine, running the AP pool right here this morning, the AP pool feed, because it's a little shaky this morning. Somebody might be on some pink cocaine there. New camera person there. I don't know what they're doing, but we're supposed to be seeing. They're all using the same feed. We're supposed to be using seeing the lawyers and everybody come in. So get it together, camera person, please. We do appreciate you, but get it together. We don't want to see bottoms of people's feet and skirts and all that kind of stuff. We want to see people. We want to see people coming in and out of that court or going in this morning. Diddy's family and whatnot. So, yeah, it will be interesting for sure. You know, some days they hire different camera people. This one's doing the biggest day.
On go. Get back in my spot now, white man. Me back in my shit. Got me on my equilibriums and all that. I'm in my slibriums right now, nigga. I ain't. You try to get me, homie. No, that's what goes when I said it. Uda, on go. That's the whole. That goes with it. On go. That's all it is. That's a part of it. It's a part of my name too. Top of the morning, Miss Bennett. Top of the morning. Nah. Oh, Mama Combs. Oh, hell, this dog. She don't like that nigga. He's the one that tried to start the shit with Gene and Donut. Donut, it was cooking his ass. That's the nigga that Donut was cooking. Secret Sam. That's what that is, bro. Donut don't like that nigga. Donut was cooking this nigga. And I was cooking him with Donut. Fuck off. Cooked him with Donut. Hey, white man, what happened? Why you always trying to get the leg up on a black man? What happened? Well, you know, Donut was cooking him. I was just chiming in doing that.
Is that what's going on here? Because I want to see the attorneys. I want to see what the attorneys look like coming in today. What are they? What's their body language? How are they feeling? What are they doing here? As far as, are they going to say something? Or are they going to put their heads down? They're going to still, keep that positive look, not try to make us think anything of it. Incoming appeal, most likely. I don't think that the attorneys want to come back again if he's guilty already and come back again and do the RICO. Would the prosecution even do that? If they were hung on the RICO, convicted on some of the others, he's still in prison. Would they even bring Cassie and Jane and the whole crew of people?
Good morning, Mark.
Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Sir, how you doing today? How about that?
Mama, how you feeling today? I'm doing blessed when I see you, Mama. And you know your bestie, you know she always step in. Y'all have a good day. I love to see y'all smiling, all right? Have a blessed day, y'all. My mom's. Almost missed my mother. So Diddy, look, I took your mom's and your dad's. Diddy, took your mom's and the dad's.
Janice Combs. Back. Janice Combs, I don't see a smile from her face. See anything there? Body language? Any body language experts? Anybody? Talk to us.
I'm like my brother and Diddy. Fuck. Is what it's gonna be. Is what it's gonna be. That was my mom's. Mama Combs, that was my mom's. Yeah, it's my grandma. She about who that? That was my mom's. Yeah. Frosted Flakes. Mm-hmm. God and my Jesus. Jesus.
All right. So jury deliberations are going to continue on the RICO after they have trouble reaching a consensus. Failed to reach a consensus on the RICO. It's going to be a busy day here outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. Mainstream press.
Where they? I know.
Oh, they're reading the shirt. Frico is not a RICO.
I have Jamil's number. I wonder if I should call him and ask if they're bringing anybody down here.
We'll hear what if the judge says anything at the bench once they go in this morning to bring the judge to the bench.
It's probably a good thing.
Porter's optimistic. They're all happy out there. At least put the camera feed in front of the courthouse doors, at least in front of the courthouse doors. Somebody's coming. Might be Brian Steele. Somebody's coming. They're all running. Brian Steele, probably. Oh, Xavier Donaldson. I see Xavier dressed up in a suit. Is he smiling? They are swarming Xavier Donaldson. I don't see that very smiling there, do you? Or is it just putting on a brave face or what? Huh. Hey, Jonathan Avery. Thank you for the gifted membership. Good morning, Jonathan Avery. Good morning. We're smiling together with our mugs. Heat up the mug today. We got a big day. Hey, Chaos Forever. Nice to see you, Chaos Forever. A lot of the familiar faces in the chat. Good morning. So, yeah. We got another situation going on the West Coast. Brian Kohlberger has a court hearing this afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern. There's going to be a court hearing in Moscow, Idaho. Brian Kohlberger's pleading guilty and speaking literally for the first time in court, like more than just one word, and might have to explain himself a little bit of why he murdered 4 college students. Now, what we decided to do while the jury is deliberating here, and if nothing is going on, we might switch over for a bit and watch that. We don't know how long the court hearing is, but definitely if something breaks in this case, we'll switch back. So we'll go back and forth a little bit and see what's going on, especially if there's a lull in the deliberations here. So we'll go back and forth, I figured. Hey, Restored Faith in the house. 5 gifted memberships. Restored Faith. Got 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Restored. Nice to see you again this morning. Hope you are doing well and you are blessed. 5 new members of JLR Investigates. Restored Faith, Jonathan Avery, A to Z in the house. Susie. A lot of new gifted memberships. And I saw Nina G with one way earlier, the beginning, before we even started. Appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. New members. We love our new members. We love our new members. Our army is growing strong. Where are we going after the trial? What are we going to do? Think we might go to Florida, Central Florida, Stefan Stearns. Where do we go? What should we do next? Who should we cover? Christina Koram, KK indictment. Who do we cover? What do we do next? Now that we're not going to Idaho, chase some storms. We put in Brian Christopher Kohlberger will plead guilty today at 1 p.m. Eastern for the murders of Kaylee, Maddie, Zana, and Ethan. Today, 1 p.m. he's pleading guilty. So again, what we'll probably do is once, if nothing's going on here and we're just kind of just sitting by waiting on a verdict, might switch the feed over there for a little bit, cover that. We figure the hearing might be an hour or two, maybe longer. And then we'll switch back. Definitely switch if there's a verdict reached in here on the RICO or some sort of notes or new developments with this case. We'll go back and forth. So it'll be a interesting day. Well, I think we'll be here for at least a while, or maybe they'll reach a verdict this morning on this, because we're here for this. This is it. People are saying Stearns, Stefan Stearns, do Stearns. Stearns does the stuff with his phone, right? That trial is supposed to be underway in mid-July a little bit. That's not far from us. Maybe we'll go do Stearns. See what's going on. That's a case that me and Magnolia actually went out when she was still missing. Went out that way, looking around. This camera person's horrible. I know, I am ZG. Kind of frustrated me and had me scrambling around about 10 minutes ago, looking around for different emergency feeds. Hey, it's Nicole Westmoreland. Now, she's smiling a little bit. She's smiling a little bit. Look at that. Hello, hello. How you feel today, Nicole? How do you feel about your case? How do you feel about your client? How's your client feeling? What's going on? Do you plan to appeal? That should have been the question right there to the face. Do you plan to appeal? If they said, yup, that means, yeah, they know he's guilty. That would have been the question you asked. Do you plan to appeal? JLR investigates. Do you plan to appeal? Say it right now before the other one, because I think they know he's guilty of something. Something. But what? Unless he's not guilty. And they're just trying to remain humble, stay humble, right? Stay humble. No matter what, stay humble. This is not necessarily a victory. You still have to deal with 70 lawsuits and possibly other stuff going on. I was thinking if, he was found not guilty, could you bring Gina back and retry him on something on Gina for the Gina stuff? Get Gina, bring other ones. I mean, wouldn't be surprising if the prosecution, wouldn't take the defeat and keep going on them and bring more victims up and try them again. Have we ever considered that? I know there people might say double jeopardy. I'm just saying new victims, new charges, maybe. I don't know, but I think we'll see. We'll see. Are they stomped on the RICO itself and not even it? But I mean, clearly they went through the predicates because they asked about the distribution. They went through these predicates. So are they just stumped on some of the predicates, or are they generally stumped on RICO and difference of opinions on both sides? Seems like it's more like a 50-50 split, maybe not. Come on in. Good morning. There's a lot of people already in here bright and early. Verdict watch. We are on official verdict watch again, day 3. We will be here when it all drops, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week. I think personally, though, the judge is going to let them, if they can't come with a resolution here by tomorrow, I think he's going to let them keep going. Oh, look at all these cameras. Look at all the cameras. Tenny Gary goes, look, she doesn't look pretty happy there. Straight, stone face. Mark Garagos' daughter, stone face as she walks into the courtroom. No emotion whatsoever, just straight. Nicole Westmoreland smiled a little bit. She was the only one it looked like out of all the groups. Now, Brian Steele, I want to see Brian Steele because he's always smiling when he's coming in. He's gleaming from ear to ear, cheek to cheek. His smile's up. I don't know if it's fake or he's just generally smiling. We'll see if he does that. Haven't seen Steele come in yet. We shall see. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome aboard, everyone. Tanya Fox. Hello. Tasha Hopkins. Hello. Can I get a recap on yesterday? I missed it. You missed it yesterday, Tasha. Are you kidding me? You missed it yesterday? Oh, my goodness. A recap. Tasha wants a recap. She said she missed it. Holy smokes. You missed a lot. Verdict 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't know the verdict. And the jurors are stumped on count 1, the RICO. Hilda Smith says the verdict music gives me anxiety. I think today's the day. Oh, yeah, we'll put that music on when there's a note. We might have a new clip, maybe. Cable 83, thank you. Nice to see you, RC. Nice to see you. Too blessed to be me. Have a blessed day, everyone. Too blessed to be me, says Everyone have a blessed day. Mary Cooper, thank you. Mary Cooper, thank you. Did I miss anyone? I'm looking at color comments. Lord Mama, good morning. Michelle Baird, good morning. Dana Trotter, good morning. Yes, we're here. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you're at. Good evening. Might be good evening. We got a lot of Australian friends already. Probably the end of the day. It is already the end of the day for some people, almost. While we're just getting up on this side of the coast. All right, so the next steps here are family members of Diddy, besides his mom. His mom has arrived, and the cameraman needs to get a cup of coffee, get it together. They might be zooming out. Oh, what do we got? Maybe Brian Steele? Look, Brian Steele, is he smiling? Brian Steele. It's Brian Steele. He's being swarmed by everyone. It's Brian Steele. Brian Steele. Does Brian Steele have anything to say? Shaky cameraman. Here he is. Smiling. He's smiling. Look, he's smiling. Same face as yesterday. I don't know. Brian Steele. He likes to say hi to the marshals. He likes to say hi to everybody. He's always smiling. Brian is always smiling. All right. Well, I don't really think we got anything out of him. Any signs? Slip to us what he thinks the situation. Tense. Tight smile. Saw in the comments, tense, a tense, tight smile. We're like, we need some body language experts here on individuals. All right, so we're getting all your information up like we do every morning. It is 8:52. George will be back 9 a.m. And we'll go from there. For real. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day for sure. So, good for someone, bad for others, mixed. Again, if he gets guilty on some of the charges and they don't get the RICO, you could say that's a partial win for Diddy. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to spend a decade in prison, but it's better than life. NBC News put out a report 5 minutes ago about yesterday. Combs appeared on edge yesterday. He appeared on edge. Combs' mother and 6 eldest children were in the courtroom yesterday, along with the mother of his youngest child, Miss Tran. She was there. The mother of his youngest child was there. As Combs got up to leave, he turned to his family, blew a kiss, and said, "See you tomorrow." His mother asked about the verdicts, and Combs said, "They came back with 4 verdicts, and we're waiting on count 1. It'll be all right. I love you." Combs had a slight smile, but his usual optimism appeared notably more subdued. The courtroom became tense when the jury's afternoon note came in, and Combs' team formed a tight huddle around him. Combs appeared dejected and stared at the floor with his hands folded in his lap. That is coming from NBC News. Sounds like to me he knows he's in some trouble here, or he's not going home. Remember what Mark said at the closing to the jurors? We want him home with his family. We want him home with his family. Will he go home? That's the question. Will he go home? Verdict watch. We are here. Verdict watch again. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. And then we'll also tune in possibly to the Brian Kohlberger case while verdict watch is going on and go back and forth a little bit. So at least keep it a little entertaining. I know a lot of people here are strictly for Kohlberger. I just want to let everyone know there's a possibility around 1 p.m. that we switch the feeds over to listen to the plea deal or the plea bargain or Brian Kohlberger pleading guilty. And of course, if any verdict gets reached in here, we will tune out of that and come to this. But we will probably do that in the meantime, just to kind of, because yesterday afternoon it was sitting around, got a little bit yawnish. I know a lot of you probably were like, what's going on here? It's a little boring sitting here waiting. And it does get that at different times, though. I like the excitement. I want to hear stuff that's going on. I want some things. But I also want to, hopefully we get a verdict. I personally want a verdict. I don't want this dragged out. Either yes or no, and then let's keep it moving. Yes or no, or we keep it moving. Looks like Inner City Press is back up. So that's great. We'll get the Inner City Press reports out, who's doing a phenomenal job, like always. Other media outlets will be reporting on this case. The racketeering charge stumps jurors. Jurors said yesterday they are having trouble reaching a consensus on the RICO conspiracy charge against Combs. The prosecution argued that Combs is part of a criminal enterprise, allegedly using his business's employees to carry out such crimes as kidnapping, arson, sex trafficking, and to coerce women to perform sex acts. The government argued Combs' staffers were involved in booking the hotels and setting them up with baby oil for freak-offs. The defense argued that Combs didn't engage in a criminal enterprise. Rather, his freak-off nights were part of his personal sex life with his girlfriends and escorts. Personal, not RICO. This is personal, not RICO. That's what his defense wants the jurors to think. His lawyers claim he tried to hide the nature of those nights from his staff, as if his staff didn't know. Come on, folks. They knew. Come on. They knew what was going on. Jonathan Perez saw a tape himself. KK, the right brain, they know. They know what they're delivering, the supplies and the baby oils, and they know. The judge told the jury to consider 4 elements in determining whether Combs violated the RICO Act. They must determine whether there was an agreement, whether spoken or unspoken, but at least 2 people participate in a criminal enterprise. They must conclude that Combs was a willful member and he knowingly committed 2 predicate crimes as part of the criminal conspiracy. And racketeering activities must have affected interstate or foreign commerce. Feds, foreign commerce over interstate lines. I know. Why are we looking at people's legs, guess so? I totally agree. Cameraman needed to get up. Now it is raining a little bit up there. He's moving out. I think it's a rookie cameraman. Cameraman is triggering my vertigo. Sorry to hear that, Grand B. Come on, cameraman. Cameraman, read the room. I'll see if there's another one up, but I think it's crazy because most of the networks are using this same feed. Most of them, same feed. Now it's all down, but we got our own background we can use if need be. The RICO verdict watch. And we are here. All right, we made it better for now. Welcome aboard. We did this for now. keep it straight. I think this is better for now until we get some understanding or somebody that get that straightened out. All right, so big day. We are at day 35. Day 35 of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. 35 days we've been here, day in and day out. Is today the final day? Remains to be seen. Relentless. Thank you for that. Catherine, thank you. George should be starting now. They should be starting now. We'll see. They should be getting this together any second. Don't think it requires them to come into the courtroom to address the judge. Judge said they can go right to work. I think they've totaled by the end of the day, hey, Joe Rogan, I know you're probably not the same Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan, thank you for the comment. Like, what is wrong with the cameraman, Joe Rogan says. I really enjoy watching these cases with everyone. This is my first case with you, JLR and Magnolia NY88. Well, thank you. We do appreciate that. I think it's been going, the cameraman has been diddled. I'm looking at the other feed. The cameraman's still going like all over the map. JLR, thank you. Camera person was making all of us dizzy. Yeah, we kind of came with a medium here. Pretty much everyone is probably at the court at this point. Good morning. Got a fresh cup of coffee. Might be here for a while, might not. We just don't know. We don't know, but I can't wait to see what happens here. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We might not even get to where we hear anything that's going on the bench. Verdict watch. That's the whole gist of today's broadcast. Verdict watch, as we said we would do each and every day while we're here. And reading some of the comments here. The Real Peppermint Patty, thank you for being a member. Maggie Nay, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigate. All right, so what's popping, folks? What's popping? What do we got? Ready to do this. What do we got? Where are the drawers? Oh, it kind of fixed itself here. A little dark out there. Rainy. Supposed to go up in the mid-80s today. We're here. Diddy. And we'll get the updates. CNN is seems like they're getting it together here, putting up their feed as far as their daily feed of what's being said. Verdict watch. It's all about the verdict watch. That is the gist of today's topic, verdict watch. So we see a lot more people in this morning than we normally get. We got over 13,000 in the chat. During the course of this trial, yeah, we would have 10 to 15,000 each day. Usually they pile in later on. You know, it takes a while to pile up. It seems like a lot of people want to know what is going on. So y'all are just like me. And we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Rico. Proven or not proven? The judge implied as if he would read the verdicts possibly on the 2, 3, 4, and 5 down the line if need be. Let me go back to the feed from yesterday. What he indicated, I'll get the exact wording. They didn't want to say anything to the jury about Thursday. He said, the judge said, he suggested yesterday, the judge said I could give the jurors a modified Allen charge, or at some point I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. So judge is open-minded to the possibility of allowing them, they could return a partial verdict. Possibly. Stacey Ray says, I'm going to miss this every morning moving forward. After today, maybe we'll be here, Stacey, tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. The RICO is very complex. As you know, RICO is, I think it's one of the easiest to prove. The verdict sheet is self-explanatory. But we're talking, 6-7 weeks of testimony, lots of things to go through. Might not be an overnight gig. The fact that they said they were stumped on it made me feel like they went just right down the charges itself and the verdict sheet from top to bottom. Mauled through the RICO, couldn't come up with a decision, moved on to the other counts. An indication yesterday that they were on the counts was when they asked for the transcripts of the Intercontinental Hotel, the 216 incident, and Daniel Phillip, the second witness testimony about the Essex house, what happened there with the freak off and everything like that, was a strong indication that they moved on from the RICO and they were working those counts. There's 8 predicates, so I'm thinking they are not in agreement on the same 2 acts. Clyde says verdict will be today. Morning, afternoon, guys. Verdict has to be today. Some jurors are basing the verdict on emotions, in my opinion. Cassie would get sympathy from the video. Jane not credible, Little Star says 3311. I believe guilty on 2, 3, but not 4, 5, or 1. That's what Little Star says. Many people feel like if it's guilty, it might be just guilty on count 2 and 3. And Jane, because of Jane's situation, they might feel like Jane was kind of like a gold digger, as we've discussed in this chat. A lot of people have a lot of different feelings about Jane than Cassie, feeling Jane is, more with it and everything like that. She benefited from this a lot different than what Cassie went through. And maybe the jurors felt the same way and felt like, Jane had every opportunity to leave. She just wanted it because she was getting paid. And she more or less, nothing bad happened. Maybe jury nullification when it comes to Jane's situation or something. Maybe he committed a crime, but we're just not going to give him. We just feel like nothing on Jane. Cassie, or maybe it's backwards. Maybe Jane, but not Cassie. But I would think Cassie, they got to take very, very serious here. And his body language, if there is guilty on any of those 2 through 5, has to be Cassie. Has to be at least Cassie. At least Cassie. But we shall see. We shall see. He knows he's going to be doing sometime. All right, so when these people come up, it looks like the van might be shifting here. They might be shifting towards the van. So expect the camera maybe to move. Maybe not. Looked like the marshals were making their move towards the road. Look. We got the camera. The camera's shifting a little bit. No. Up. I think somebody's arrived. Somebody has arrived in the van. Looks like somebody's about to arrive. We got the van. Family of Diddy, sons, daughters. Sons and daughters. Got the van. Seems like with this, the boys lately have been coming in their own van. The daughters have been coming in another van. This channel has kept me sane for the last month. I, too, will miss this. Sherry says, Starkey. Allen charge. Order from judge. Get jurors to be motivated to get back in there and talk out the count they are split on. I don't think it was an Allen charge, though. They were talking about a possible Allen charge. I don't think that was technically an Allen charge. I think it was just like just a soft reminder to keep going. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, just walked by.
Chloe Malas, the greatest. You heard? Chloe Malas, the greatest. You know what I mean? She put me on her Instagram right now. Shout out to Chloe Malas, the greatest to do it. You know that. And the flyers. And the flyers. Chloe is the flyers. And I'm right next to her. And I'm right next to her. I'm tired of town. I'm about to sing a song. Ding, 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 ding. I'm about to play ukuleles on y'all. Ding, 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 ding. It's what y'all want, the ukuleles, or y'all want me to take y'all back in the days? Because I just showed y'all what just happened out here. Mama Cone says she loves me, which she does. Brian Steele's my man.
Yes. All right, turn the volume up. Chris RD says Jane wasn't a good witness, in my opinion. Hey, Coco. I think the jury not following directions and wanted to look at the predicates before determining the enterprise. Possibly why they wanted the meaning of distribution. I think the juror not following directions. Good point. My guess is you have one juror who is holding out.
O-N-G-O. O-N-G-O. Yep, Uda on Go. Yeah, Uda on Go on YouTube. Yep, Uda on.
Of Gina yesterday. I wonder what Gina's thinking and feeling. Combs is in the courtroom. That's being reported. As the clock struck 9 a.m., Combs stood at the defense table and confirmed with attorney Mark A., one of his attorneys. The jurors were set to begin deliberating at that time. The defendant placed some books on the table and looked through an expanding file folder as Mark paced up and down the side of the well. The music mogul could be within minutes or hours of learning his fate. So NBC News says minutes or hours. He could be within minutes or hours of learning his fate. And I agree. We could be here in the next hour and they got something. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? It looks like the jurors are back at work, though. Looks like we're back at work here. So we're kind of just putting the volume down a little bit, listening in. Somebody's coming. Heads up. All right. Someone has arrived. They're saying heads up, heads up.
Oh my God.
All right, we'll see. Verdict watch. Come on in. All right, we got a poll up. So as somebody's arriving, we got a poll up. Make sure you vote. Verdicts on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Guilty on all charges. Not guilty on all 4 charges. Guilty, Cassie, 2 and 3. Guilty, Jane, 4 and 5. Please make sure you vote. All right, here comes the vehicle. Transport vehicle. Here it is. Family have arrived.
Dude, that's like your cousin, your family. Exactly. Now you get it. Cousin Pete. Everybody's my family, though. Y'all get the likes up. Likes up, likes up, likes up. Super chats, all that. Uda on go, on Cash App, all that. All that. Okay, watch out. Back up. Doors is busting. Hold up. I just don't want that van to do no funny business. Let us get them out, and I want to get my little brothers and my little cousins. Let me get my sisters right here, though, so I can run to my little brothers. Likes up, y'all. This is exclusivity. Likes up. This is my little sisters. It's my little sisters. Let's get it. OOTAONGO. Uda on go on YouTube. Whole world subscribe. AKA Uda Combs. Uda Combs. Uda Combs. Exclusivity. Top of the morning, y'all. Good luck, y'all. Top of the morning, Chrissy. Top of the morning, girls. Top of the morning, ladies. Y'all all look good. Good luck, good everything's. Blessings, blessings, and blessings. Good morning, King. Good morning, y'all.
Here you go. Quincy. Quincy. Quincy was holding somebody's hand. Oh, the daughters too, with the daughters. Oh, okay.
Watch your mouth, man. Hell you think this is? Russia? Will fuck you up, sir. Yeah, right. The fuck you think he is? Bon Jovi? Cook this nigga right here on the line. This nigga right here. Bon Jovi. Look at him. Who this nigga look like? Y'all cook this nigga in the chat, please. Who he look like? Who do he look like? What's wrong with him?
Like all the children have arrived.
Same time, 5 in the morning.
Who this nigga look like? Y'all cook this nigga in the chat, please. Who he look like?
I think the good fella shirt is getting to his head. I told him he's surprised. So he gonna put his hair again.
So we got more family members.
Yeah, I hope so.
No?
Bro, you just need a bride. They'll be much happier.
Got more family members, maybe.
See, it's getting all in your way. That's why you're so frustrated.
Yeah, I saw his youngest baby mother. The newborn has never been to this at all. I swear I didn't see Justin. Diddy got the jury scrambling and scraping. All right, so welcome back. I don't think it's looking good either. It just doesn't look good for Diddy.
One, two.
Right? Now they're wearing all black. Yeah, I think it's a bad sign. A bad sign.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Wednesday, July 2nd. It is day 35 and possibly the last day of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Yesterday, as many have seen, around 4:05 p.m., the jury sent out a note, and here's what it said. They've reached verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. But they remained, so they had some unpersuadable views on count 1, RICO. Combs looked devastated. I don't devastated. Let me say this. I think I used the word catatonic. He literally sat in his chair, staring in the air, staring down. The lawyers scurried around. They opposed Judge Subramanian giving a so-called Allen charge, which basically would say, jurors, no future jury is going to have any more information than you have. Implied, it would be a big waste of time and money to do this again for 8 weeks. So try to reach a decision without, of course, capitulating. Now, defendants often say that that charge is a implicit strong-arming for a verdict, which is often guilty. So they haven't given it yet. If today they come out and say they're still deadlocked, you can expect a modified charge. I would say probably a light Allen charge. Would he then ramp it up to a strong Allen charge? I don't know. Would he bring them back in on the third? Anyway, I'm speculating. It could be over as early as this morning. They could reach a decision. Also, they could be asking questions and for more evidence about the racketeering charge. They could be acting as they try to persuade each other. What's the breakdown? See, nobody knows these things. I did I think it's called True Crime. I did it, and it's difficult to talk about these things right now. That's why I won't. I'll say more about that later. But it's hard because everyone's saying that they know what it is, and they don't. Actually, we could go over all the permutations. Since they didn't ask any questions about Jane, does that mean they don't think that Jane was sex trafficked? You certainly have the Mann Act charges, it would seem. Anyway, not for me to say. We're going in. This could be the last. This day 35 could be the last day, and I'll tell you that I'm already well along in week 8, the book of the Sean Combs trial. Now, before we get there, there's a huge panoply in front of the courthouse as I approach. We also yesterday covered the United Nations new head of the Security Council for July, Pakistan. We wrote to them and said, hey, we got some questions, not only Kashmir, but also new child rapes by the UN. And these events were misdescribed. Sexual abuse of a child called exploitation, kind of implying that it might be legit to purchase sexual favors from a youth only at the UN, an absolute outrage. And so we asked them to clarify. No answer. Not just from...
All right, so he's talking about the UN, so he went off topic, but got some insight from Inner City Press about, his thoughts about, when the note came and his Diddy's body language and whatnot. Pretty much he's saying that it's catastrophic for Diddy just on his body language himself when that note came in yesterday afternoon, a little after 4 p.m. It was crazy for me because when we were sitting here waiting, and it was kind of 2-3 hours, and we were sitting here waiting, and we're just kind of no updates. And then suddenly my screen just popped up, Jory note. I was like a fireman getting that call for that 5-alarm fire. And oh my goodness, breaking news. And then we all started listening to it in real time. But he provided insight about the body language, and the body language is very telling. And, at first I thought maybe this could be good for Diddy. I don't think so. At now, after further review and after evaluating the reports of how Diddy act, how his attorneys act, the situation, it appears they know he's guilty of something. Inner City Press had also pointed out that the jury has not sent back any questions or any notes pertaining to Jane. Nothing. So do they maybe find Jane not credible and possibly convicting Diddy on count 2 and 3, but not 4 and 5? Could we get in a situation like that? Or the stuff on Jane not guilty, but stuff on Cassie? Even if you get 2 counts there, you're looking at a minimum mandatory of at least 15 years in prison, at least. Then we're going to get into the relevant conduct and whatnot, which could double or even triple that just on a conviction itself based on the whole totality of this case. So I know some people are saying 15 years, that's all Diddy would get if it's just a Jane or if it's just a Cassie sex trafficking. I think that's at the start, at the very minimum. Jane literally had a contract for a freak-off in exchange for rent, though. So it's pretty much ironclad that she was trafficked, according to the law, in my opinion. Well, the law clearly shown in the charge that distribution is handing drugs over to one another, and we're still not on the RICO. I mean, they can't come to a conclusion on RICO when the law is the law, and that one predicate alone you clearly see. But, sometimes the law is the law, on things, but people don't care. Or jury nullification. I've used that word a lot, jury nullification. Some people feel like, some jurors might feel like, hey, law is the law, but it doesn't, you know, the law is the law, but we disagree with the law. We disagree with the application of the law. Now we shall see today. Will they get a verdict today? Remains to be seen. Combs and loved ones waiting for verdict. Combs sat alone, reading at the defense table with his attorneys huddled against the wall and having a conversation. The defendant's mother, Janice Combs, and children are seated in court chatting with people around them. Prosecutors have not entered the courtroom yet. All right, prosecutors have not entered the courtroom yet. So that's the second report that I'm hearing, that prosecutors have not even came, or they're not there. I'm sure they're there, but all right, so now they're saying Combs is going back to his holding cell. Combs was at 9:30 talking with his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, while four of his other lawyers were huddled on the side. Combs standing up, asking marshals, and is allowed to speak to his family. He was allowed to speak to his family seated in the front row. Now he's going back to the holding cell. All right, so he's being taken back to the cell. Go back to your cell. Sean Diddy Combs going back to his holding cell. The jury didn't have to see the judge today, so the jury is already deliberating. They apparently started at 9 a.m. and they're deliberating. So 9 a.m. And we're about 13 and a half hours into this deliberation. Which would take us at the end of the day around 5 to like 22 hours or so. So we're about 13 and a half hours into this deliberation. And yeah, they reached partial verdict. Deliberations in the Combs trial resume. Combs hugged his attorneys. He hugged his four attorneys this morning and waved to people in the gallery. If Diddy is found guilty of racketeering, will all his property and assets be seized? Well, that's a great question. I'm not going to say all of his assets or properties will be seized, but I think they will seize things. How much? I don't know how much they're allowed. Will all of it? Possibly. Combs' mother and sister are seated in the family section. Combs was. Now, he'd been taken back. This is a report from a few minutes ago. He has been taken back to the holding cell. He was sitting alone at his defense table. Combs' adult children eventually arrived. Two of his sons brought female friends, girlfriends, and the group squeezed 10 people into a row that normally fits 8. Two of his boys brought girlfriends or female friends. They were holding hands. Two of his sons. Combs stands up, asks marshals, and is allowed to speak to his family seated in the front row, now back to his holding cell. Back to your cell, sir. Take your books. He was reading two of these inspiration-type books. All right, so he's on his way back to his cell, probably in his cell by now. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Remember, criminal enterprise existed. That's what they have to prove. Criminal enterprise existed. The enterprise affected interstate commerce. The defendant was associated with or employed by the enterprise. The defendant engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. The defendant participated in at least 2 acts of racketeering activity. They have to prove. The minimal sentence for racketeering varies by jurisdiction and severity of crimes. That's why each of the predicates is important. The more predicates that they could find him guilty on, the higher the sentence would be on the RICO. The less predicates, got need 2, but the less of them would give him less time on the RICO. He faces up to life in prison on the RICO. We've discussed the federal sentencing guidelines over and over and over. It is believed if he's convicted of the RICO, it's going to immediately put him up into the 30s on the federal sentencing guidelines. And then all the enhancements might take him up to level 43, which automatically triggers a life in prison sentence without the possibility of parole. Feds don't have parole. No parole in the feds. So in the feds, life is life. No parole in the feds. So if you get a life, you get life. Of course, there's other remedies down the line. Get your sentence commuted by the president. Pardon by the president. Would doubt that happens, though. I know there has been a lot of talk in the trial whether the president of the United States, Donald Trump, would pardon Diddy. I don't think so. Down the line, presidents in the future, maybe if Diddy serves 10 years or so on his life sentence, that's a possibility down the line. You might get a president that could commute his sentence, saying he served too much time or something, possibly. That's a possibility. We got the poll still up. 6,000 people voted. Verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. 65%. So 2/3 of the people that voted, about 2/3, feel he's guilty on all 4 charges. Still hovering around 20% guilty, but just on the Cassie counts. 13% feel he's not guilty on all of the charges, and then only 2% feel like it's Jane. We put Jane in because you never know, but I don't see any way, shape, or form that they would find him guilty on Jane and not Cassie. You following me? Alicia Johnson, thank you very much for that. I am ZG has a question here. I believe you said can't be guilty 2 and 3 and not 5, but can be 2, 3, 5 and not 4. So confusing. I am ZG. I get it. I mean, it's at all the numbers. There's so many possibilities and scenarios here But overall, I do think the body language shows that he's guilty of something. And he knows it. Of something. I remember at the time when the judge asked him about his he not testifying, and judge wanted to confirm he was not testifying. Diddy tells the judge, "Hey, I just want to let you know, Your Honor, you're doing a great job." I thought that was interesting, considering if he's found guilty, his lawyers are going to probably say the judge didn't do a good job because the judge allowed this, that, and the other that shouldn't have been allowed, jury instructions or this, that, and the other. So I just thought that was interesting that Diddy complimented the judge, but if he's found guilty of anything, you know the appeals are going to start racking out and allegations and mishaps and different procedures not followed, rules of evidence, things like that. While Diddy said the judge did a great job. So we will see. Where's Mama Combs? Crazy woman says. Mama Combs came. The camera went a little funny at first. People were getting seasick, dizziness. I was too. I was getting really irritated with that. At the time, Combs' mom came in. She didn't really say anything. Any second, we could get a verdict. Any second. Any second, we could get a verdict. Like, it literally could happen at any time. So, please stand by. What's going on here? We got a little movement. People picking up their cameras or what? Somebody came. Oh, look. Who came? Who? Could be Justin. Maybe. I didn't see Justin. Who's coming in? More people. We'll see who comes in.
No, you're good. Just watch your call right there. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. Of course, of course.
I know. I feel like
Mike, you got this? You got it? Oh, you're here? Right, you got this? You got it?
It could be the family going back out. It appears it's going to be the family leaving.
In or out? What's going on?
oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, what?
Looks like family members might be leaving already. See all the camera people facing towards the court? Could be somebody leaving. Somebody leaving already. Come in and leave. That's interesting. It looks like somebody is leaving or is about to leave. Who's leaving? Verdict day. What do you think? Why would they come in and suddenly leave? Or why would some leave when they just got there? Maybe to go there to show a unified front. Well, maybe to go there to pray because CNN is reporting Combs prays with his family before heading downstairs to wait. Maybe they went in and prayed with him just to pray, and then they're going to leave. In a courtroom, Combs turned to face his relatives and told them he was headed downstairs. Stay strong, he said, and bowed his head to pray. His children bowed their heads. In giving prayer, Combs said, God, please watch over my family. He asked that the jurors, his family be blessed. The family responded with amen and clapped. As marshals escorted Combs out, his children stood up and walked out. Everyone else in the courtroom also stood. So it's quite possible that the children arrived there just for family prayer and are now leaving. He did a prayer with his family, according to CNN. Prayer. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are on Verdict Watch as we've been covering this case every day since the beginning of the trial, day in and day out. Thank you for being here as we see history possibly in the making today. Guilty or not guilty, Sean P. Diddy Combs. Will they reach a verdict on count 1 of the RICO? Stay tuned. We are here on Verdict Watch. Could be this morning, could be this afternoon, could be tomorrow, could go on beyond that. We just don't know. So it appears someone is leaving. Oh, there's the sketch artist. That's the sketch artist. That's the one that's been doing all the sketches. Oh, here we go. Children are leaving. Why are his children leaving? They just got there. All right, so as reported, Combs and his family prayed in the courtroom this morning when Combs was first in there. He told in this prayer, he said, let us pray, please watch over my family. Amen. The family had some of their and some of their supporters clapped in court. Please let us pray. Please watch over my family. To me, that's kind of like one last chance to have all his family together in one room, possibly, and just giving a prayer to his family to stay strong while he deals with the consequences here? That sounds like me, a prayer of defeat. And this would be his only opportunity to be in the same room with everyone. Remember, the Bureau of Prisons only let you have a certain amount of visitors at once. So as you have 10 family members there, that would maybe be your only time and opportunity for him to be surrounded by all his family at once. Because if he goes to prison, there's limitations on how many family members you can have at the visitation room in a prison. Some say 4, some say 5. And to me, it could be like, yo, let's all go. We have one chance to see our father face to face in a courtroom and just do a group prayer together, because that's the only time, if he's convicted, he's ever going to see all his children together at once. They won't allow. They have limitations on the amount of family members that can come. Of course, family members can come and it'd be split, but as a group, they only let a certain amount come in. It's just my speculation there on why, they would come here just to do a prayer and then leave after a prayer. Now, they could be on standby. Of course, they would come back if there's a verdict reached. There was a guard in the chat that confirmed what I said. The Bureau of Prisons, I believe, have a limit of 4 or 5 people that can show up for a visit. As you know, Diddy has multiple children. All his children would not be allowed to come see him all at once. All right, so the borough prison policy says, with the Bureau of Prisons, is you can have 20 people on your visiting list, but there's only a limit on a number of visitors you can have at one time, which is 5, up to 5. Last chance. Right behind the gallery of Diddy. He's right there in court.
What?
If they reach a verdict today, he gets whisked away by the marshals, comes back months later after a pre-sentence investigation, PSI, PSR, won't have that opportunity at sentencing to have a group prayer with his family.
I'll tell you what you want.
He gets sentenced and he goes to prison. Here's your last chance, possibly, of being in a family network in that situation there. When the family row, 10 of them are all behind Diddy, he can turn around because the judge is not in the room and it's technically court's not in session, and you get an opportunity to pray that last prayer. I think that's what it was. I really do. And he wants to say that last prayer, pray for my family while I do my extended prison time. Now, what that prison time could be, again, if it's not RICO, there will be some numbers. I don't think he'll get life on the convictions of 2, 3, 4, and 5, or even a combination of them, or even one alone without the RICO. But it will be most likely 2 decades at least. Not life. RICO, they come back with RICO, and if that's guilty, he's not coming home. Lady Natsu, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 gifted memberships courtesy of Lady N. Thank you very much. 5 new members. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Come on in. Come on in as we cover this case. Hey, MB Designs, Texas. Good morning. I always told you, MB, this is a tongue twister when I say your name. Thank you for the gifted membership, MB. Thank you for being here day in and day out. Really appreciate that. Thank you. One new member courtesy of MB Designs, Texas. The family friend right there in the top hat and the suit. His name is Lucci. Goes by Lucci, Charlucci, right? Finney, family friend, been there day in and day out. Every day during this trial. That gentleman that you saw with the hat and the suit, he's been there for the family of Combs day in and day out. Him right there. Originally, he came during the beginning of the trial. He was the one wearing the free puff shirt, hat. He's spoken to the media a few times. It's like a family friend. He's there every day. I don't know if he's just doing it out of the kindness of heart, if he's getting paid, combination of both, but he's there. He's been in there day in and day out. That's a familiar face that we've been seeing every day during this trial. Now, his children have not come to this trial every day. There were some gaps where none of the children came. First week, all the children came, besides the youngest child, baby. And then that first week, after that first week, oh, there's Justin. All right, so Justin is there. Justin did come. I didn't see him earlier. All right, they're waiting on Justin. Waiting on Justin. After that first week, the daughters didn't come. Apparently, they had a graduation out in LA. They didn't come. Daughters started returning the back end of the case. During the course of the trial, the boys would mostly be there every day. Not all of them there every day, but at least one came. I think there was a few days where none came. I believe the mom came almost every single day. Lawyers will tell their clients, make sure your family, if you dare go to trial, most people on the federal level do not dare to go to trial. But if you do dare to go to trial against the federal government, lawyers will encourage your family members to be there. They want some family there so the jurors can see, hey, you have a support system. You have a network of people that care. Try to humanize you, not make you look like you're the big bad wolf, the devil. Diddy, as we heard in this case. He liked to call himself the devil. Greed, money, and power destroyed this man. Who are those kids going to have now? He didn't once think about those kids. Very sad. It is crazy. Again, myself, I'm a 90s guy. I'm a 90s hip hop guy. I'm in my late 40s. So, around the time when Diddy came out, I'm in my late teens, early 20s, listening to New York hip hop. I never would have expected this 25 years ago, period, that we'd be in the situation right now talking about Diddy involved in freak-offs and sex trafficking. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought we would be in this situation right here. Ever. Of course, those rappers are into parties. Diddy kind of rose to the top, and he was, as the prosecutor said, Mr. Number One, Mr. Forbes number one. We're talking about a man that was potentially and very close to be worth $1 billion. And if this RICO stuff didn't happen, his trajectory would have took him past $1 billion if he wasn't there at the time. Probably was pretty close. We're talking about a hip-hop legend in the hip-hop industry right here. I mean, one of the most top people you can get. You can't really get much topper than him. Sean P. Diddy Combs. There's not many few. He's the stars among stars. And here you are, fighting for your life. And this guy's star is gone. Gone. He's not coming back from this, even if he would walk away, which he's pretty much not going to walk away. But he's not coming back from this. I mean, it is literally over. And there will be a deep stain on his legacy for the rest of his life. I'm sure people will still listen to his music. I'm sure most of the platforms will still promote his music or play his music. But wow. I'm sure people will still listen to Biggie. Ah, interesting. It looks like Twitter went down. Holy smokes. Is Twitter down? You got to be kidding me. In this moment right here, it appears Twitter is down. I'm going to have to go look around. We might have Twitter. We might have problems with Twitter. Oh, so this information is going to be, well, this is crazy. If Twitter's in fact down because it's not loading right. I'm going to go on Down Detector and say, yeah, according to Down Detector, Twitter is down. Literally. I just went on Down Detector. Twitter just went down. So in this moment, as we're trying to get information about this, we're going to have to rely on some other like CNN or NBC to find out if a verdict has been reached. But Twitter is down. What a bad time for it to be down. Holy smokes.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, this is crazy. Twitter's down. Now, what's going on here? Are we back? Some back or what? What's going on? More people? What in the heck is happening here? Yeah, CNN is probably going to be our best bet. Now they're back. Now they're back. What's happening here? How do you just leave and go back? What's going on? Children are back. X. Jory sent a note. People are reporting Jory sent a note. All right, come on. We're going to get this information. Apparently, possibly. Hold on. Jory sends a note. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, my goodness. We could have verdict. Maybe. Another note. Another note. Just about an hour into deliberations. We have a note. We have a note. Breaking news. We have a note. We have a note. Might have something going on here. There is movement in the courtroom. Combs' other lawyers have returned. There is word of a jury note. The verdict is in. The verdict is in. We have a verdict, according to NBC. We have a verdict. They have reached a verdict on all 5 counts. Breaking news, a verdict is in. Holy smokes. This is it. A verdict is in. According to NBC, a verdict is in.
Huh?
Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Jury has reached a verdict. Whoa, getting goosebumps, folks. Verdict is in. We have a verdict. The jury has alerted the court that it has decided on all 5 of Combs' charges. Oh boy. Verdict is in. So that's why they came back. Verdict is in.
Let me fix that for you.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
You got that one there?
I'm gonna text him.
All right. So if you are just joining us, it appears that the jurors have sent a note saying that they have reached a verdict on that 5th charge, which is, of course, the racketeering conspiracy charge. And that one carries the most weight. In regards to this, there were 5 counts that the jurors had to deliberate over: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The racketeering conspiracy carries a max of life in prison, sex trafficking, 15 years to life, and then the other charge, transportation to engage, a minimum of 10 is the charge there on the low end. So Sean Combs is facing, depending upon how the decisions go, if convicted on charges, a minimum of no entails, except for that it is in fact a decision that we have there. 7 weeks of this trial. It began on jury selection was May 5th. Opening statements a week later, happening on May 12th. There were 34 witnesses that were there, and let me keep my eye on. Are they able to see that? So let me tell you who you're looking at. The guy jumping over right there with the camera, that's our guy. That's Dan Foley. So Dan is down there. Dan's one of our photogs. And the silver-haired gentleman that was just there is Roy. And Roy is our other crew that's there. So that's Roy coming into the camera right now. So what they are doing, eventually they are getting ready because Arthur Chien is going to get into play. There's Arthur right there. So there's Arthur right there.
I'm gonna go to another shot.
Okay.
Live view 2 right
Go to
here,
live
which
view
is a
2.
podium shot.
That's the podium.
Bro, gangster, son. Listen to me. I love y'all. I'm gonna be right back. I think I'm gonna run upstairs real quick if I can. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. Fuck that.
There. The shot we just switched from was our crew getting ready to get into place. And so that was just a note to us. So our banner just switched. Can we see the other shot?
X is back, it appears. That's good. The prosecutors have filled the seats at the front table. Combs is not back in the courtroom. Combs has still not been brought back into the courtroom from the holding cell. Holmes's mother and sister are in the courtroom. The jury deliberated for a little over 13 hours. They have reached a verdict on all 5 counts. Holmes is now in the courtroom, they say. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed them a small smile. Here we are, folks. The moment we've been waiting for.
Us, and we're going to be checking to see it can. Arthur, thumbs up. Can you hear us?
Not back in the courtroom. Holmes has still not been brought back into the courtroom from the holding cell. Holmes's mother and sister are in the courtroom. The jury deliberated for a little over 13 hours. They have reached a verdict on all 5 counts. Holmes is now in the courtroom, they say. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed them a small smile. Here we are, folks. The moment we've been waiting for.
House. Our Lisa Evers is in. Arthur's going to just give us a feel for what's going on right now. Once he can, in fact, hear us, and we're going to be checking to see he can. Arthur, thumbs up. Can you hear us? We're going to be checking to see he can.
We bring our jury out. Parties have said no. The judge reminds the court, maintain order while the verdict is being read. And until we have the jury out. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Here we go. What's it going to be? Guilty or not guilty? We're about to bring the jury in. Jury is coming in. The jury is on their way in. The judge is going to ask if they reached a unanimous decision. I literally can't breathe either. All rise. Jury enters. Jury enters. The jury has entered the courtroom. The jury has entered the courtroom. All right, get ready, folks. We should know this in a few minutes. Judge cautions everyone in the courtroom to maintain order. We have reached a verdict on all counts. Judge, we have received your note. Juror number 5, Foreman. Have you reached a verdict? We have. Is it unanimous? It is. Please provide the verdict for the deputy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Foreperson will now read the verdict. Marshals are all, look at that, look at that. Oh boy. Here we go. Guilty. Hold on, not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty on RICO. In the matter of U.S. vs. Combs, count 1. Not guilty. Not guilty, count 1. Sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Not guilty. Transportation for prostitution. Guilty. He has been found not guilty of RICO. I believe transportation of prostitution of Cassie, guilty, but not sex trafficking. We're going to iron this out. Holy smokes. He beat a Rico. So he's sex trafficking of Jane, not guilty. Count 4. Count 5, prostitution of Jane, guilty. So the only charges are prostitution of Cassie and Jane, guilty. Looks like 3 and 5, guilty. All the rest, not guilty. We'll get a more understanding here. I think he's not guilty of Rico. In the matter of Combs, U.S. vs. Combs, count 1, not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, not guilty. Transportation of prostitution for Cassie Ventura, guilty. Jane, sex trafficking, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution of Jane, guilty. He beat a Rico. He was only found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. But not guilty of sex trafficking and not guilty of Rico. Holy smokes. All right, so he not guilty of the Rico. Not guilty of Rico. Share your thoughts. Wow. Wow. All right, we're going to get more information. We're going to hear a press conference. He's guilty on count 5, not guilty on count 4, guilty on count 3, not guilty on count 2, not guilty on count 1. As we discussed, the count 3 and 5, the maximum sentence is, I believe, 10 years. So he's going to go home one day. He's going home one day. He's going to go home one day. Holy smokes. All right, come on in. Come on in. Let's get more information on what's happening here. Sean P. Diddy Combs beat a Rico case. He beat a federal Rico case. Found guilty on the two least severe counts.
He got 2. They got 2 on him. You know, that's the 10-year max, but I think it's 4 to 7 years. Could be 10 years. Who knows? But he ain't get a RICO. He ain't get life. He did do a lot of wild stuff. I mean, sometimes you gotta pay the piper in some way. Sometimes. I'm rolling out. Yo, we about to bust a bottle of champagne right now. Fuck is you talking about? Where the liquor store at? I'm about to go look and bust a bottle of rosé out this shit. Dumb? What y'all lose? Let me get my drink. Well, a lot of y'all about to lose their platform.
Y'all gonna lose y'all platforms.
Hating. Who's hating said you're gonna get a RICO? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. Who said Diddy was getting a RICO? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. What's going on, my guy? Woo!
Come back and maybe you think it a little bit differently. And obviously, whoever or however many that were the holdup, they were holding it up from becoming a not guilty because obviously the majority was on that side, and that's the way it swung this morning.
So interestingly, we had Peter Frankel on, former prosecutor, current defense attorney, in fact, represented one of the personal assistants to Diddy in the trial. He was on our show earlier today, and he said the federal prosecutor in this case has like a 98%
Well, the Southern
guilty.
District of New York has 95% conviction rate.
And so this is obviously a mixed bag, and they have to be disappointed. They didn't get the RICO count. They didn't get the sex trafficking count. They got basically transporting, sex traffickers.
But they, not to minimize it, they're still serious charges.
Right.
They're the lesser of the charges, but they're still, I mean, if you're facing potentially 10 years.
Shine. You answered the call of public service. That should give us hope. They're asking for his release. Judge goes on to say, I need to address a few matters with the lawyer. Then I will come back to meet with you, jurors. All rise for the jury. Jurors exit for the last time. The jurors have left. The jurors have left. I'll hear any application. Then about a sentencing date. The judge, Mark has said he should be released. Combs is Mark. He is no longer charged with sex trafficking or racketeering. His plane has been chartered. It is in Maui. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction, and it is a prostitution offense. He should be released. They're asking for the judge to release him. Combs' Mark says his family is here and could sign a bond. He should be released today to go back and live at Two-Star Island. The judge says, this is just coming up right now. I will hear from the government in a moment. Are you proposing he just walk outside now? Yes. That's what his lawyer said. Yes. Holy smokes. Is he going to get released? Is Diddy going to get released? Wow. This is his first conviction, and it's only a prostitution offense. He should be released. Whew. We'll see if the judge releases him. Maybe. Release him for sentencing, maybe. Bond proposal, package. So really, in a nutshell, he's just basically a pimp. Unbelievable, folks. Or are you in agreement here? Judge thanks jurors for tremendous sacrifice. The judge thanked the jurors for their tremendous sacrifice over the past 10 weeks. I want you to know that it is inspiring to us all. You listen, you work together. You were here every day, rain or shine. You did so with no reward other than the reward that comes from answering the call of public service. That should give us all hope. You are proposing $1 million bond, the judge says. He says, Mark says yes, and travel to Florida, New York, and LA. I think the judge could let him out.
Yes, I did.
AUSA, the U.S. opposes his release. A person found guilty shall be detained until the judicial officer finds he is not likely to flee or be a danger. The defendant faces a maximum sentence of 20 years, 2 counts. So the prosecution saying a maximum sentence of 20 years because he's convicted of 2 counts that face 10 years each. So he actually faces 20 years in prison, the prosecutor just said. Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane here in New York, preparing to surrender. He had drugs in his hotel room, was ready to commit the same offense. Oh, the prosecution just dropped the nuke. Here in New York, preparing to surrender, he had drugs in his hotel room and was ready to commit this same offense. What's going to happen? Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane. I don't think the judge lets him out. I think he's going to be detained pending an evaluation or analysis if he's a danger or not. We'll see. This is unbelievable, folks. But he's still convicted on 2 counts and faces 20 years in prison and will most likely do time. But not life. Not life. He beat a life. And he could get out. And he will get out one day if he stays alive. He could get out in his 60s, early 70s, maybe just 10 years. He's strong chance he's getting out. Judge says, I'm not going to resolve it this second. I need to review the statutes. Ms. Comey, do you have a case in which bail was denied after a conviction under the Mann Act? Case law right now. Prosecution probably did not expect this at all in this route. You may confer and come back. We plan to be here the whole day. Oh, now we're into will Diddy be released today or not? Because the judge is giving Comey an opportunity to go find case law that bail was denied after a conviction under the Mann Act. We plan to be here the whole day. This was not on my bingo card today, like this, where it turns into Diddy could be walking out those doors today. Possibly. He could be walking out those doors today. Never expected this. Unbelievable, folks. Come on in. JLR investigates. They're discussing whether Diddy should be released or not today. He could walk out. Judge says we have all day. Find me case law. The prosecution has asked for Combs to remain in custody, citing that he's, and the prosecution said we will seek 20 years. Prosecution has said to the judge, we plan to seek 20 years in prison for Combs. I like letters from each side. When? AUSA Comey, a few hours. Defense attorney says Combs should be released today. Defense attorney Mark says that Sean Combs should be released on appropriate conditions in light of the fact that Combs has been acquitted on RICO and sex trafficking. He says Combs would go back to his house in Miami and abide by conditions set by the court. Combs does not have access to his plane, and his entire family is here, Mark said. And any 3 of them, any 5 of them can sign onto a bond. Mark says he wants him released today. Is your proposal that he leave this courtroom and walk outside? Oh, look at this. The judge is considering it. I think that makes sense. Mr. Combs does not want to go back to the MDC. He is shaking his head. So 1 p.m. letters. And we'll convene in the afternoon. I'll let the parties know. Mark says he would be a fool, which he is not, to violate any condition. And you saw earlier that we put in the chat, I am aware of cases involving minors, but we intend to raise relevant conduct at sentencing. Relevant conduct. We talked about relevant conduct, the drugs and violence. Court has been adjourned. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Sean Combs. Prosecutor said they intend to seek 20 years in prison. They're letting the judge know. Relevant conduct. Defense wants him released, saying he wasn't found guilty of RICO and sex trafficking. Judge is actually considering releasing him today from the courthouse. All right, expect some sort of press conference. We'll get an update here shortly. Stay with us. Unbelievable. Unique Girl says, great commentary. JLR and Magnolia Diddy should not be released. He commented on those crimes and should never get special treatment. The prosecution dropped the ball and said he was ready to do a freak off at the time of his arrest, as we all speculated that and told the judge that. After the judge leaves the courtroom, from the gallery, a loud clapping and cheering as Combs is led back into the holding cell. I don't think this is celebration, even though some of you might be disappointed that he's not getting life, but he's going to be doing time, significant time, maybe a decade here. They informed the judge that they plan to seek the maximum penalty of 20 years in prison. Now, all that would he get 20 years? I'm not sure. Would he get 10 years? That is a strong possibility. 10 years for all of this? Diddy gets out before 65. Gets out in his early 60s. If he gets a 10 years. This shows that federal laws are outdated and do not reflect modern day coercive control tactics. This will now change thanks to this case. I mean, this is not a 100% win for Diddy at all. Prosecution also won here. We still don't know what the plea bargain, if there was, what that consists of. Combs falls to his knees and is praying while family applauds in the courtroom. Combs was on his knees in the courtroom with his head down in a chair, seemingly praying after avoiding life in prison on the highest charges in this case. His family stood in the background, clapping and cheering. The defense attorneys hugged each other, and Combs hugged lawyer Brian Steele. Will he be released? We're staying on. We're staying on. We're going to keep the conversation going. We're staying on. It appears in a few hours, the judge will decide whether he gets released or not. We could see Diddy walk out. And there's a strong possibility if the prosecution doesn't come up with Mann Act case law, the judge might release Diddy on $1 million bond with some of his family members co-signing. Thoughts. Keep them coming. Holy smokes. The letters are due by 1 p.m. today. The judge has asked the defense attorneys and prosecutors to submit letters on their positions. Due today by 1 p.m. He could be going home. Prosecution intends to seek incarceration. The prosecutor told the judge, she said the trial showed evidence of extensive abuse and prolific drug use that the defense did not consent. Sean Diddy Combs continued to commit a litany of crimes after he knew he was under investigation. She said, Combs argued that Combs does not respect the law and would likely commit new crimes if released. Combs also confirmed the government intends to seek a sentence of incarceration and that Combs still faces up to 20 years in prison for the 2 counts he was convicted of. Rick, retired naval, says, I say, no, don't release him. He's a flight risk. He's guilty of the lesser charges, 2 counts of the most least charges, the prostitution. Basically, he's a pimp, but was found not guilty of sex trafficking, not guilty of RICO. That RICO, we've been talking about RICO through this entire case. Instead of Puff Daddy, you can arguably say Pimp Daddy. Pimp Daddy. All right, so we're going to keep it going here. Maybe a possible press conference or some sort of information out here. They might speak. They might speak, or Diddy might speak. They might speak. Holy smokes. Folks, Diddy has been found not guilty of RICO. All right, the courtroom has been cleared out. So we don't know if someone's going to come out and give a press conference. We don't know if the lawyers all stay in there. They're probably all scattering around now, proposing, getting their bail condition proposals and for release. Never, ever expected this. This is wild. Absolutely wild. Does he get released? We will see. We will continue to cover here as we've been in every single day of this trial. Judge is considering releasing Diddy today. All right, so we're going to get more information. The jury will have blood on their hands. Wow. What's your thoughts? Does the rich and powerful get off? That might be coming across your guys' minds. The rich, the powerful, the famous. Do they just walk? Do they find a way to get off because of money, power, and fame? Or do you feel like this was not a RICO and the government was overreach? Jonathan, have you lost faith in the justice system? I'm very concerned. I'll be honest, based off some of these verdicts and some of these cases around the country and situations, I'm very concerned about jurors. I'm very concerned about jurors in panel and the jurors that we have in our system. The jurors. I'm very concerned. Moving forward with George. The system itself, I think the system itself is shown it works majority of the time, but the jurors. Now, again, the jurors saw it differently. You know, case out there in Idaho. A lot of people are knocking the prosecutor right now for working out a deal for Kohlberger to plead guilty for life in prison without the possibility of parole. you know, he can't appeal and anything like that. Maybe the concern was they couldn't trust the jurors. Or despite having a rock solid case, it's a crapshoot in front of jurors. It just seems like possibly, and also, folks, that the system itself may be shifting towards more favor towards the criminals and against the victims. How do you think Cassie's feeling right now? I mean, pretty much this jury sent a message that they label Cassie and Jane as nothing but sex workers. You understand that? That's pretty much the message the jurors have sent today, that Cassie and Jane are nothing but sex workers. Nothing else. Sex workers. That's it. That's the message the jurors sent. Dozens of journalists stand outside the federal courthouse after Combs' verdict in blocks surrounding the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Dozens of journalists stood behind metal barricades, glued to their phones as the verdict came through. Their weeks-long, round-the-clock coverage of the trial, they're out there. He's not getting probation, folks. I just want to let you know 100%. Bank on it. Diddy is not getting probation for this. Not. He's going to do some time. I don't think he does 20 years, though. That the prosecution says he faces a maximum of 20. At this point, I would say 8 years. 7 or 8 years. Because of the relevant content. But if he was offered a plea deal of 20 years, you could say this is victory for him. And possibility fact that if he gets 7 or 8 years, he could go to a lower security. Have things changed? Holy moly.
You good?
I believe George 25 was a plant. A plant. How did all the jurors not find any of the predicates when there were hundreds and hundreds of acts, and you find that it's not Rico? Is it because he was the sole defendant, and maybe the jurors was wondering, where's KK? Where's these other people? What does this mean for KK and the others down the line? Will the government try to strike Diddy again on something else? A lot of unknowns here. JLR investigates continuous coverage. Sean P. Diddy Combs found not guilty of RICO, not guilty of sex trafficking, guilty of prostitution, transporting over interstate lines. Court is adjourned for a little bit while the parties get together a proposal. The defense wants him released today. They want him gone today. They want him released. They want him to walk off that courthouse right there, those doors right there. Walk out. Prosecution says no, no, no. All right, so we're going to see what is said out here, what's going on, and reaction and all that. All right, so the lawyer for Cassie has spoken. The lawyer, Cassie Ventura's lawyer. This case proved that change is long overdue. Cassie Ventura paved the way for the jury to find Sean Diddy Combs guilty on some of the counts against him. His lawyer, Doug Wigdor, said in a statement, look, family, they look like they're more happy. Look at that, waving. Look at this, they're happy. They're happy. Some of them are happy. Look, they're smiling. There's more smiles here. Do you think they looked happy? To me, it kind of looked like they were kind of relieved that they know he's not going to prison for the rest of his life. What do you think? That was the kind of the first smiles I've been seeing out of their faces throughout the course of this trial coming out. Mom came out, put her hand up, waved to the crowd, looked like she was smiling, looked like the daughter was smiling, looked like their faces. It's not over for them. He's going to prison for some time, but not the rest of his life. Maybe not even the assets being seized too. The fact that they didn't find him guilty on RICO, does that mean that his assets do not get seized? And he can retain his wealth? And they just will be like, okay, we'll deal with the amount of time that he gets, but it won't be forever. NBC News reports verdict is a massive victory for Combs. Massive victory. NBC's Chloe Miles described today's verdict as a massive victory for Combs, considering the music mogul was facing life in prison. The jury found Combs not guilty of RICO sex trafficking too, which had a minimum mandatory sentence of 15 years in prison. It was such an emotional moment for Combs' legal team that Tenny Garagos, one of his attorneys, was seen wiping tears. Prosecutors, they painted Combs as somebody that was beating women, which they own up to, but running a criminal enterprise, and that he sex trafficked two of his former girlfriends, Cassie Ventura and Jane, wasn't proven. This is undoubtedly a massive blow to the prosecution, who brought 34 witnesses. Miller said that being in the court every day, she could see the government's argument did not convince some jurors. You could just tell there were several of them that were not buying what the prosecution was putting forth in their arguments. I saw some roll their eyes. Now we're getting this after the fact. I saw some even fall asleep. Some clearly not buying what the prosecution was saying in their closing arguments, she explained. So NBC News says this is a massive blow. Jury shows little emotion while delivering mixed verdicts. The juries were stone-faced and didn't appear to look at Combs as they delivered a mixed verdict that seemed to please the defendant and his family. Combs held Garagos' hand tightly as the verdict was read. The defendant nodded to the jurors as the judge thanked them for their service. He could be released today. So the news is reporting the Combs family and his defense team feel that this is a victory for them.
Place. She's pleased that again that the jury has found him liable, guilty of 2 federal crimes.
What was her reaction?
And I've issued a statement as well on our Twitter. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never been held responsible in his entire life. And she's happy that in November of 2023, she came forward and shined a light on this, and brought other people forward who have various civil claims, and so we'll see what happens with sentencing. All right,
Counsel,
thank you very much.
Looking at the correction, you said that same thing. Sorry.
Oh, I can't repeat it again, but
yeah, please.
I'm sorry. So, what was the question?
Yeah. Your reaction to what happened?
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that that he still faces substantial jail time. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
How much time?
Doug Wigdor, Wigdor. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying he still faces substantial incarceration.
How would you feel if he walks out on bail?
Well, that's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this case. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. He's the attorney for Cassie Ventura.
Yeah, Wigdor.
All right, you heard from Cassie Ventura's attorney.
But turns like towards his chin and starts.
Supporters shout "Free Puff" as Combs' family leaves the courthouse. They've yelled "Free Puff" as Combs' family leaves the courthouse. Combs' family, including his mom and son Justin, left the courthouse without stopping to the crowd of waiting media for questions or comments. A crowd of supporters swarmed the family's waiting van shouting "Free Puff, free Puff, free Puff." The question is, will he get bail? Bond? Will we get a press conference from the parties? This is not over. But Diddy's not going to prison for the rest of his life. That is a huge burden off someone's shoulders. Huge. When you're told for 8 months that if you're guilty of the most serious charge, you will. Look at this.
Yeah, we'll be saying something soon. Thank you.
Can you share your reaction?
Westmoreland and Xavier Donaldson.
Is he actually speaking? Or just saying it?
Thank you.
I got your back. Cannot get back.
Well, you just
Maybe good.
Yes, team.
Are you feeling good?
Thank you. Federal court, you got to be feeling good. They have almost unlimited resources.
Thank you.
You know what he said? Federal court, got to be feeling good. The Fed's got unlimited resources. So it's showing you the scene outside the courthouse here.
They could have been nobody.
All right, so we're live outside the federal courthouse. Are they going to go after KK now? That's a great question. I am DJ Jason Paul. Free puff. Hear it?
Did you see Catherine?
All right, so that guy's like, they lied to y'all. They lied to y'all. They lied to you all. This is crazy, folks. All right, so we're going to sit here and see what happens here, whether he gets released from prison or not. All right, so I see a lot of comments in the chat. I'm just going through here. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. We've been putting things up onto the screen. Oh. Have you lost trust in the judicial system? That is number one question. Have you lost trust in the judicial system? To Nikki Brown says, I am waiting to see a statement from 50. I'm still baffled by Gina's sudden turning up yesterday and now this. If KK turns up suddenly now also, that would be an eye-opener. I agree. I 100% agree. Michael Newman, there's people doing life sentences in prison right now, rotting for a hell of a lot less than what Diddy did. Murky says maximum is 10 years each. Rand concurrent is only 10 years. How much time served days does he have already? And then good time days. He may only have a few years. Well, if he got 10 years, he would have to do 85% plus programs. You could arguably say drug treatment program. He'd probably, in a halfway house, he could get out in 6 years or so, 6.5 years with the programs and incentives. He's already served 8 months. If he gets released or not, sentencing serves 1 year. He could walk in about 4 or 5 more years. 5 more years. 5 more years. If he gets 10 years, about 5 more years. Blow to the family, but it's not necessarily a blow to the family. 5 or 6 years. I don't see him getting 20 years. I don't see him getting 20 years for this, even though the statute maximum, it's very hard to get the statute maximum, though they said they're gunning for a relevant conduct. Thank you, Technics trader, thank you very much. So much. Michael says Diddy will be given bail. Rico not proven. No smoking gun. Only tangible evidence of being a woman beater and a pimp. I wonder what happened if they started looking at past and former behaviors of rock stars. Comments are flying up. We're putting comments on the screen. I am also evaluating what's going on myself. Come on in. JLR investigates. Michael Newman, thank you for the comment. Maybe we'll get an explanation from his lawyers. Maybe they'll come and maybe they walk out and give a statement out there. But there's some big things happening. He could be released today. The prosecution is seeking incarceration until sentencing, which could probably be in October, somewhere 3, 5, 4 months in that range. We said October. All right, so Combs' family rejoices verdicts. Goes on to say, when asked how his father was feeling, Combs' son Christian said, great. And his daughters added, good, happy. So his children are now commenting. Christian said, great. Daughter said, good and happy. As Combs explained, as Comey explained, Combs could serve up to 20 years. The family's joy faded slightly, although they still looked happy as they left the court. Why is it when Diddy beat Rico, the system broken, or when losers kill innocent black kids like Trayvon Martin, it's no outrage? Even Casey Anthony, King Josh says. Kathy, member for 16 months. They just taught others how to hide crimes better. So a lot of you have very strong opinions. Jessica Smith, so we can get away with anything we want if we have money. Even if over 30 people witness being victims to the crime. 30 people testified. Pharaoh says, Rico not proven, no smoking gun, only tangible evidence. We read that earlier. And many people feel like Rico hasn't been proven. I feel like it's been proven and some. It's easy. So for the jurors not to get it, what's going on? What's going on with the jurors to not feel it was Rico? And basically, as I said, at the end of the day, they're just considering Cassie and Jane prostitutes. Prostitutes. Anita Knapp, true justice will be when we come face to face with our Father in heaven. This world is run by the devil, and Combs is a child and worshiper of Satan, which is most of the industry. Pray for all the victims out there. Wow. So continue to have your conversations and thoughts while we try to get latest of development, what's going on. They have a 1 p.m. Eastern deadline to submit proposals. Defense wants Diddy released today, walking right out that door right there. Prosecution says no. Now we are on basically, will Diddy be released or not? That is the question. Will he get released or not? Cassie's attorney, as you heard, is happy that Combs faces substantial jail time. Doug Wigdor, the attorney representing Cassie, told reporters outside the courthouse as we listened in that his team is pleased that Combs has finally been held accountable. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand that beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard. We're just pleased he still faces substantial jail time. That's why this is not a full victory for Diddy at all. People are cheering out there. This is not a full victory for Diddy. He doesn't get that life sentence, but he still has facing a long time. Verdict in. Diddy not guilty of the serious RICO and sex trafficking. Guilty prostitution. Pretty much being a pimp. Pimp Diddy. Pimp Diddy. Pimp Daddy. Pimp Diddy. Pimp Diddy. So we will continue to see what comes out. We'll continue to wait here and see exactly what is going on as we wait to see if he gets released or not. Thank you, everyone, for spending each and every day with us. Catalina, member for 13 months. Money can buy you anything. Prayers to those who've been abused. Krista says powerful men continue to win over women's rights. Peace says, how safe is it in federal prison? Think he could be taken out there? Peace, the borough prisons will not put him in a maximum security prison on this conviction. They won't. RICO, yes. They will most likely put Sean P. Diddy Combs, honestly, at this point with them, possibly he could go to a camp, or he's going to go to a minimum security because of this, the lesser. He's doing time. We know he's doing time. At this point, they would not put him in a maximum security with that little time. Probably for his protection. He could get into a sweet spot. 10 of the jurors initially voted to acquit on all charges, but 2 jurors were unwavering, allegedly. 10 of the jurors initially voted to acquit on all charges, but 2 jurors were unwavering, allegedly. That's the rumor mill. Thank you for the comment. Erica, remember the jurors had to be unanimous. Juror 25 could say not proven on the higher offenses, but proven on the lowest offenses. A lot of people pointed back to juror number 25. Juror 25, whether juror number 25 plant, 25 a supporter of Diddy, 25 just not feeling it, 25 trying to influence the other jurors, 25. There could be more. They came unanimous eventually to say he's not guilty of RICO. Unbelievable. Diddy beat a RICO case. Did he beat a RICO case? That is insane. He's not all the way off the hook here. He's doing time. Just how much? RQ. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. RQ, 5 gifted memberships. 5 more members of JLR Investigates courtesy of RQ. Look at R. Kelly. Look at Diddy. Some say R. Kelly's case is more egregious. They're both bad. Some say R. Kelly's case is less severe than Diddy. You know, and I don't want to come and compare and say what's worse. What's worse? Diddy, not guilty of the serious stuff. R. Kelly, guilty of most of the serious stuff. And here we are.
Help.
R. Kelly
Help.
doing decades.
You help me.
Diddy might not even do a decade. I'm from New York, and pimping is a slap on the wrist. Now, state, different than the feds. The guidelines is going to have him up there. And it's also up to the judge to depart from the guidelines. He, one, chose to go to trial, so he doesn't get any acceptance of responsibility points. And also the judge has heard all the other victims. The judge has to factor in the totality of the situation, even though he was found not guilty on RICO and sex trafficking, has to factor in at least the totality of this entire case in sentencing. And I can't see how the judge could depart from any guidelines significantly and give Diddy a slap on the wrist. I'm shocked. I'm personally shocked. Somebody asked how I feel. I'm in shock. He's culpable.
No, we're just fixing. Yeah. Bring it up more? Yeah.
I'm shocked. But I don't think he's getting a slap on the wrist. We could be wrong there too. Maybe it's just by design that rich and celebrity and the powerful, the most elite out there, some way, no matter what, even if all the smoking gun evidence is on someone. Oh, don't drop. Oh, he's dropping things. Uh-oh. Don't drop the camera. Some might say, Diddy, don't drop the soap. Quincy said, free R. Kelly. If that's the case, shaking my damn head.
Tell us how to do it.
Carmen said, jury should have been sequestered from the beginning. No one should know anything about them. Paid off or threatened. Thank you for covering all this. I mean, I think they laid a rock solid case and some. I think every predicate of RICO was met. Yet you find him not guilty? What are the jurors thinking here?
I would not recommend taking anything off of it. Yeah.
It does have a ripple effect.
Long crime.
For Cassie's lawyer to say that outside, I don't know if he's just trying to save face or trying to say, well, at least he's guilty of something to deal with Cassie.
They had it on the freaking on the clip.
It's almost like
So it's like
the jury's like, all right, well, we'll give something. We'll give something to Cassie and Jane. Their lives mattered in a little bit of way, shape, or form, but not to the extent the prosecution said. We need some comments from Cassie and Jane themselves. So I'm scouring around, getting information. It's 11:30, and now the next to see is one, press conference, and two, Pharaoh says, when will they start looking at the lifestyles of rock stars? ? When will the Fed set a goal to seize all of their assets? Great question. And going back to this conviction, on the convictions alone, does the government have the right to seize all of Diddy's assets on this conviction? It's a great question too. They seize their assets. Diddy's Combs Enterprise. They're scrambling out there. They're putting this up because there is a possibility that Diddy walks out of there this afternoon and walks out. Praying he finds true conviction and repentance in jail. This is a step back for all women out there. Thank you for the comment, Chad. Step back for all the women. Stuart, thank you. Barbara, thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. No problem.
The Diddy verdict. And here we are. So, we'll see what happens outside this courthouse here. Continuous coverage, Sean P. Diddy Combs. Diddy verdict. All right, so we are here. We are waiting for any information that comes out. But in the meantime, you can vent, share. So many jealous as I am, sick. How can it be that he goes home? Lucy. Should we be done with jury trials? Too easy tamper, especially when not sequestered. Should we go back to bench trials? But jury trials, bench trials, that gives defendants the right? Jury trials have been always there. Does this verdict send a message to prosecutors to negotiate deals better and give defendants more favorable deals so they take, so it doesn't risk them in this situation?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Oh, shit.
It's another question.
Check 1 2. Check.
This is exactly why I never spoke up.
All right, I'm gonna do a
Hurts
mic
my
check.
head to see
Check
this.
1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Gonna do a mic check. Let me know if everyone's one more time. Mic check. Check 1 2.
All right, somebody's going to speak. Apparently, somebody's going to speak.
I know it's hot, bro. We'll get there.
They're doing a mic check.
Check 1 2. Check.
Maybe.
1 2. This is my normal talking voice. I'll talk like that. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Here's how I'll talk from a lawyer in this talking voice, normal talking volume. Check 1 2 3. Check.
Lawyers.
1, 2, 3. A little bit. You want me to move? I mean.
Looks like the lawyers are going to speak.
I don't know if that's check. Do you hear me or no? Okay, good. Good.
Verdict reached. So we will continue to wait. Big team out there.
Yes.
That's the scene out here. So we're gonna wait and see what we get like a press conference. Family might be coming back too. Thank you, Willow Grace, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Willow Grace. 5 new members courtesy of Willow Grace.
Do they go back? And you said that you see it again, like the prosecutor did it, you know.
If a person is smoking crack for the first time, do they go back? Without liking it, they go back.
NBC's reporting that there's a high likely that he'll be released today.
I know I recorded for sure. Thank you.
Show everybody out there what we do. How is it vote against it for us? Vote, vote. Whatever it is. Thank you. Oh my God, I'm on 11, 4, 6, I'm on Spanish station. I'm on. So what? I'm on fucking, what's the other one? Post or the fucking. Yeah, I'm on yeah.
Will Diddy get out today? We'll turn it down a little bit loud out there. So NBC is reporting their analyst feels like there's a strong possibility Diddy gets released today. It says high likelihood Combs could be released today, legal analyst says. And the fact that the judge is asking these people to come with their proposals by 1 p.m. to me is an indicator. Usually the judge would just say no right off the rip and go back till sentencing. But the judge seems like he's really considering this to release him today. The defense asked for Combs' release from prison and for him to be allowed to live in his Miami home, while noting that his plane was already sequestered. NBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons said, I think there's a high likelihood that he walks today. Keep in mind what the jury found, noting he was found not guilty of the most serious charge of sex trafficking in RICO. So they really ripped out the threat element. They ripped out the violent element. They ripped out the violent parts of what the prosecution used as the main thing to keep them in jail. They think he could get released today. That's why a lot of people are outside that courthouse there. Well, did he walk out? A Combs supporter out there standing out the courthouse said today's verdict was wonderful. So there's people out there that feel this is a victory for Diddy today. And the verdict was wonderful. And the RICO was a lie. Question is, does he walk out of court today or not? That's what we're waiting for. And I think the judge will probably decide by 2-ish, maybe 2-ish, whether he gets out or not. And we shall see. We're going to stay with this. But I don't think Diddy's going to a maximum security prison now. Sean Combs, this is what Cassie's attorney also said. Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN following the verdict in the Sean sex trafficking and RICO conspiracy case, there was a lot of mixed emotions in the courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen conviction on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges. But Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District of New York. And now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon. Diddy or 50 Cent responds in a post. We'll put this up on the screen. 50 Cent has now spoken. Look at this. 50 Cent. Diddy beat the feds. That boy, a bad man, beat the RICO. He the gay John Gotti. There you go. 50 Cent has spoken. Diddy's not walking. He's going to go to prison. It's just a matter of how long. But he's not getting a slap on the wrist from this. It means also, oh my goodness, if he gets out on bond, imagine this courthouse when he goes back for sentencing in 2 or 3 months down the line. 3 months, October. It's crazy. Wandy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Wandy. Thank you very much, Wandy. 5 gifted memberships. Wandy, courtesy of Wandy. Thank you very much. Very grateful for that. More members of JLR's Army. We continue to grow as we watch the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Listen to a Diddy song. Let's get it. Lyrics say, feds can't touch him. 03 GT says. Let's get it. Lyrics say, feds can't touch him. Mary Hughes says, lesson for women, stay away from men. They are the problem. Now, he won't run if he gets released, the right thing. His lawyer pointed that out, said he would be a fool to run. He's a public figure. He ain't running. Prosecution still calls him dangerous. And says even when he's about to do a freak off at the time of his arrest, look what's going on here. Who's coming here? There's things going on outside the courthouse, so we're waiting to see things. 50 Cent has spoken, so we'll continue to wait and see who else has spoken. Shocking, folks. Shocking. We'll see if he gets out or not. It will be interesting. Wow. SDNY honors victims for coming forward to tell harrowing stories. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, released a joint statement with the Homeland Security Investigations Field Office following the Combs verdict. The statement thanked victims, prosecutors, and investigators, but did not address the acquittal on the highest count. The statement recognized that sex crimes are all too present in society. And prosecution requires brave victims to come forward and tell their harrowing stories. What's going on? Family of Diddy? We got another view here. Victims endure gut-wrenching physical and mental abuse, leading to lasting trauma. New Yorkers and all Americans want this scourge stopped and perpetrators brought to justice. That is a joint statement coming from SDNY U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton with the Homeland Security Investigations. So they don't address the acquittal and the high charges, but they've acknowledged the brave victims that came forward. Major defeat for the prosecution, but not a full defeat. Diddy Combs right there is a convicted felon. I'll say that again. Sean P. Diddy Combs is a convicted felon. He's a felon. He's a convicted felon. And you know what? It will be interesting to see if what the sentence is, because if the sentence is significantly, he got to be careful. Will he appeal the conviction of the 2 counts? Well, I'll tell you something. You got to be very careful, because if the judge gives him, we'll just say, an 8-year sentence, but he was facing a maximum of 20. Judge could have went the max, but he didn't get the max. Would his lawyers appeal and risk the case to be reversed, and then he be sentenced to even more time? And they can do that the second time around. Do you even risk that? I personally think he's going to get 7 or 8 years because of just the totality of what was said with all the victims. Even though he beat the RICO, he's doing prison time. He's not getting probation. It's not happening. It would never happen. The sentencing guidelines wouldn't even put him even near the probation level. The prosecution already told the judge here that they are seeking incarceration. Diddy only found guilty on prostitution charges, acquitted on sex trafficking and racketeering. Now, unknowns all over the place when it comes to KK, the other people. Are there other indictments? Will the prosecution go after the others? If this RICO couldn't have been proven, why would they go after KK for RICO? Maybe, maybe not. Still a lot of unknowns. But we'll keep, we'll stay with this. If he makes bond, if Diddy makes bond, means that he would be coming back like his children do for sentencing, like his children have been coming to the court each day right through the front, maybe the back. I don't know. I personally think if he gets released today, his lawyers are going to bring him out there like that, right there. Like, bring him out for them to stand in front of that courthouse to show that they won. His lawyers have won in a sense, but not really. You're still going to prison. You still got a felony conviction. You're still going to prison. You're still subjected to, I don't know. Does this charge require him to register? Register as a S offender? Is this an S offender type of conviction here? What do you think? Prison time followed by supervised release. So we could get like a 7-piece, 8-piece in prison plus followed by 3 years of supervised release, followed by 5 years of supervised release. He's not getting house arrest. He could be on house arrest too. He gets sentenced. The judge could impose house arrest if the judge decides to release him. The judge wants the prosecutor to find out if anyone has been released on bond after a conviction on the Mann Act. So there's a video circulating around that people have been clashing outside the federal courthouse and different opinions on this matter. I'll get that up for y'all shortly while we wait and see. And then possible press conference. Wild day, for sure. My heart was pouncing. Matter of fact, my heart still hurts. My heart hurts. I don't know if your heart hurts. My heart hurts. Feels a little funny. I had goosebumps. I had goosebumps from this. Remember the movie Man of War, where Nicolas Cage told Ethan Hawke, regardless of anything you say, Diddy will be released for all of 2 counts. Not good. If I was a betting man at this point, I would say there's a strong likelihood that he gets released today. Now, would he come out right out the courthouse? I'm not so sure. Maybe they take him back down to the MDC to process him and release him there with less people out there. But I'm sure Diddy wants to be released there. Right there. And that would be a very powerful message on Diddy's part for them to be out there as a unified front with his lawyers and his family standing out there at that podium right there. The optics. Even though he's probably going to prison, still, he's not going home for good. He has to come back for sentencing. If he gets released, he's going to have to come back. But man, imagine everything that we've listened to. The horrific acts of Cassie, Jane, Mia, Bonna, the employees. Hearing all that. Imagine all that. And him walking out this door. Did we ever put on our bingo cards that this guy would walk out the doors today? Anyone think that he would be fully acquitted? Looks like somebody has arrived. We'll see who this is. Looks like more people have, look at the heavy police presence out there too. Police have arrived. Massive amounts of NYPD setting up for a big circus this afternoon. Circus-like atmosphere out there. Who is this? Hey, they got Florida plates. Florida plates. Sunshine State. Florida plates. Florida plates. What's going on here? Wynette says, what about all the other cases he's facing from other people? 80 or something. Civil suits. Many, many civil suits. Who is this? Let's find out a little bit about who this could be.
What's her name needs to be situated out here? She don't even know what's happening. I am so. Mama, you got tissue? Oh, no, sorry. I'm sweating like Are we going back upstairs? We have going upstairs.
Somebody has arrived. We'll see who it is.
Yo, that was close. I don't even know if I'm really due to the freak off law. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's a lot of chaos out here today. They set up like more barricades than usual.
They said more barricades than usual.
I don't know, somebody's coming out of here. And I'm just gonna turn around and see if I can catch some. I'm further away than usual. I don't feel like my spirit says I'm old. Isn't that crazy?
Who is this? Who is it? Combs' sister. Looks like family members with Florida plates.
What's that? Oh, okay. Diddy's mom came back.
Diddy's mom. See, she's more happy. Look at that. She's doing this more waving. She did not do that at all during the trial. Look at that. Mama Combs looks happy.
They need to cheer for her.
Mama Combs has not done that at all during the course of the trial. Waved to the crowds like that. She's not did that. She's happy. Mom is happy. Mama Combs waving. She was waving to the crowd. Put up the peace sign.
Half of y'all over there was rooting against him. Now y'all all with him. Get out of here. Fake phony people. I can't stand a fake phony person. Half of those people over there was like me. They were saying he need to go to jail. Now when they see Miss Tony, they go, free the crowd, free. Fucking hypocrites. Look at them. Anything for clout, man. Y'all want to do everything for a video. Get the fuck out.
All right. Well, that guy expressed his feelings.
Crazy. Yo, when we first started this trial, half of the people that's out here, more than half, was out here saying he needs to go to jail. He's gonna get found guilty on everything. And then when you see Miss Combs come through, he got a chance to get back on it.
They switched it off. I thought that guy kind of looked like Rampage Jackson, the MMA fighter. You can hear it's live out there, man. It's some cheering going on. People feel like there's happy. There's this like free puff movement growing. They all want to see if he gets released. It is 12 o'clock.
Oh, that's not.
Will Diddy go to prison for the less time than what he did to Cassie for those 11 years? What's going on out here? They're dancing out there. What's going on? Wow.
Slide. Yeah, we next. We really next. Now you talking about we next. Y'all is mad. Y'all is mad. Since you mad, I'm doing mad dance. Get my mad dance. Mad. Get mad in the chat. Get mad.
I know, right?
Get mad. Get mad. Get mad. Oil up. Consensual oils. Consensual oils. Consensual oils. Oil up, baby. Oil it up. Oil it up. Open. Oil it up.
From the jury about something, mid-morning, it turned out to be we have a verdict on this one charge, this RICO charge that we did not, that they could not decide on. So that was a pretty quick turnaround. And as one former prosecutor has said, don't underestimate the power of a looming 3-day weekend, holiday weekend ahead. So whether that was the fact or whether they had already gone through so much together, because remember, they're all sitting through nearly 2 months of this testimony and evidence, pretty hard not to have some kind of an idea just on an individual basis of which way they were going. But quite a scene this morning and quite a scene right now. Let me just show you what's happening, and then I'll bring you up to speed with where we're at with Combs, who is still in a holding pen in the building you see right behind me. So let's just show you what's happening. Oh, now the bus is here. We'll come back to that, Roy. So there's been a big crowd. There's a huge media crowd in front of the courthouse, which has been for most of the trial, especially yesterday and today. And then what is happening now is the judge had asked for basically a bail package, and also comments from the prosecutors about whether or not they should grant Diddy bail. So he was found not guilty, as you guys were talking about, the RICO charge, the racketeering, which is also called the racketeering conspiracy charge. That was the most serious. He was looking at many, many years, if not life, behind bars on that if he was found guilty of that one. They also found him not guilty on 2 counts of sex trafficking, but they did find him guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Each one of the charges, which has been mentioned, carries a maximum of 10 years. And sometimes when there's double counts on the same charge, they'll allow somebody to serve them concurrently. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that, because right now what his defense team is focused on is trying to convince this judge to make sure that they can get him bail and get him out of there from that courthouse. Now, just a short time ago, we saw jurors were ushered out in a very low profile, some might say secret side entrance of the court. They were taken out that way, so they would not have to face all of the media that's out there. Mrs. Janice Combs left less than 10 minutes ago, so I think that shows some indication that they might be making progress with the bail I would take because she has literally been by his side and here in court every single day, supporting her son. And also too, Janice Combs was, she's his mother, which is number one role, but she was also a partner in some of the businesses, the legitimate businesses in the Bad Boy Worldwide empire that were here, that were mentioned in the course of this trial. So basically what's happening now is the prosecutors asked for a couple of hours to put together their notes on bail. Remember that earlier throughout this trial, Combs was denied bail 3 separate times, $50 million worth of bail. But today, a big victory for the defense. A big victory for the defense in terms of beating that main RICO charge, which a lot of people in the legal community that we've interviewed dozens and dozens over the last couple of months on this, felt that was too aggressive on the part of the prosecution, that it didn't really fit what the crimes were here, but they were going for it anyway. So that's the latest from here, guys. Back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you.
We're going to have a lot more coverage on top of this case. Stay with us as we head to break.
Now the question is, does he get released? We shall see.
We outside, homie. Real time, homie. Con! What's good, brother? Yo, Con. Yo, Con. You know this. Look, Con. Con, listen to me, Con. You know I love you, my brother. Look, where my look, Con. Listen to me. Look, Con. Look, Con. Look. Give me 1 second. Con. If you don't slip, you must acquit. You must acquit. Okay? If you don't slip, you must acquit, homie. Y'all eat? If they don't slip, you must acquit, homie. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. That too, but they was using no dumbs in that. They was doing nasty for real. Listen, this is Udo on Go, OOTAONGO, and I certify this message. If it don't slip, you must acquit. This is Astroglide. What do you think this is?
Astroglide.
Okay? With his partner. Okay? This is Udo on Go. I have these two things. They're both legal. I'm on federal property right now. I'm trying to tell you something, how to use these two items. You can have these two items, they're legal. But if you put them together, you end up in a freak. So, remember I told y'all what. So look, you see this? If it don't slip, you must have quit. You must have quit. You must have quit.
Say that again?
If it don't slip, you must have quit.
Oh, wow.
Thanks.
I am posting the standalone video and tagging.
Love you.
That was so...
Love you. Must have quit. Must have quit, bruh. You did the right thing in there, jury. You did the right thing in there, man. And you helped Udo go viral again. Because all these people send me viral again. Yeah. Thank you, Diddy, again. Don't be mad at Diddy. He ain't never oiled me up. You see me oil up Armand. Which is a $20 million oil up. So I'm about to get a 20 million views from that. I just oiled up Armand. Live. When Armand wanted to oil up Diddy Escort the other day. They said, let me see your abs. He said, what happened with the dingoes? Remember? What happened with the dingoes? Remember the dingoes? Yo, son. We're in a live FO, homie. Live FO. We're in a live FO. You see what's going on. This is my friend's, his partner in crime. This is my friend, my partner in crime. Okay? Diddy's going home. Diddy's going home to his bed. Diddy's going home to his bed. Diddy's going home to his bed. Diddy's going home to his bed.
What the split verdict means in lay terms. In finding Combs not guilty in counts 2 and 4 the sex trafficking of former girlfriends Jane and Cassie, Doris essentially said they don't believe there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that they were coerced or forced into sex trafficking. They're setting up the barriers as if Diddy could get out. They're setting up more barriers. Barriers. They're putting more barriers up. Possible release of Diddy. And they might be taking their security precautions now. It's going to be a circus if he walks out. It's going to be chaos if he walks out those doors. Diddy could walk out soon. Soon he could walk out. Never seen anything like this. On this level like this. The guy beat a RICO case with a fact that they almost 100% conviction rate, but he did get convicted. He didn't walk away scotch-free. He didn't walk away scotch-free. Both the most serious charges of the RICO and sex trafficking, they both face 15 years to life in prison. So huge victory on that sense. Combs was convicted of counts 3 and 5 of the Mann Act. The jurors essentially agreed with prosecutors that Combs paid male escorts to fly around the country to have sex with girlfriends. That's what they're saying. The jurors essentially agreed with prosecutors that Combs paid male escorts to fly around the country to have sex with his girlfriend. The Mann Act. Guilty of the Mann Act. The least severe of this. RICO. The least severe. The least severe of the entire RICO. Got a different view out here. I think out here is a closer perspective outside this courthouse, the federal court.
Where's the Britney people at? Where's the Britney supporters?
Separate the artist's action from his product.
That's my junior journalist right there. That's my junior journalist right there. Asking some good questions. My little junior journalist.
Yo. All right, yo, check this out, Bonnie. Can I? All right, I'll tell you what. I'm not down with the charade. Can I just get my interview out to play? Young lady, what's your name?
Barney. Hold on, Barney. Barney, back. Relax. Relax, Barney. This is my friend, Barney.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my friend, Barney. You gotta relax.
Yeah, man.
So you will have him on the Breakfast Club. I can't confirm that. I don't know. Oh, who the fuck are you? I got a big ass platform. I got a big ass platform. Okay, back to
All right, then hold on.
Yeah.
What's
your platform?
Slide
Production on Instagram is Slide Productions. Slide SLY Productions on Instagram. Okay. Thank you, Slide Productions. This has been a great interview. It's been a lot going on, but you handled it well. How come you never said my interview was great? Walk up yelling and all that.
Young lady, 1 second.
Be doing too much, man. Shout out Lolo.
All right, here we go.
What's the
Shout out
likelihood that they will be invited back to revoke? They be asking some questions.
Yo,
We
I was
can't.
next, though.
What's the likelihood?
I'm trying to hurry up.
My
Handle the
show,
business.
Charlotte,
All right, here we go.
Some of the things he said on his podcast. He don't know.
All right,
He don't know that.
One second. 1 second. 1 second. All right.
What's the likelihood the Breakfast Club will do the first interview for Diddy once he gets out?
I can't answer that either.
Yo, gang, ask your question, bro.
Hold on.
Ask your question, Fama.
These pants are Avenue. This is my friend's friend. She's a black designer. Her name is Marisha Willis. This is H&M, Louis pumps, Chanel bag, and shout out to Miss Mai on Instagram. She's my hair.
Let me see the bag.
I don't even know what this hair
Show me
is.
the bag. Show me the bag. I do the fit check every day.
Oh no, that's my makeup bag.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in and get out. All right. Hey, Lauren, how you doing?
They done smoked out.
All right. Lauren, 2 months. The grind is real. The outcome. Yes, it's been 2 months.
2 months.
Oh, we like family, y'all.
Yes. So the grind is real. Everybody say Lauren is the professional.
Yes, he is.
She's out here getting it done, and you have been getting it done. I want to commend you on that, and all your accolades and everything you have done on the Diddy case. Today is the verdict, and were you expecting what they said? Were you expecting this?
I don't know if I was expecting it. I'm not surprised at it.
That there would be a guilty verdict?
Guilty on what he was charged with?
Yes.
Yeah, so with the Mann Act, I knew that that was going to stay, but I didn't know what the verdict would be.
All right, so now that the verdict is here, now it's about, is Diddy going to go home?
The bond.
The bond.
Yes.
Last year, he didn't get that.
Yes. I think the only difference now between when he was first arrested and they tried to get him home until it was time for the trial to start, I think now the judge has been able to see things from all sides. But that can play in his favor. That can play in Diddy's favor, and it can also play against him. Because one of the
That's him. Go ahead.
One of the things one of the last things that they talked about in court was the fact that the day that Diddy was arrested by the feds, he had drugs in his hotel room. His hotel room was set up to do a freak off. So basically, what he's been convicted of, the prosecution's trying to argue he was literally going to do that on his way in the court, right? So he has no regard for the law. So that can work in his favor or against him. But I wouldn't be surprised if they give him a bond to go home until he's back for sentencing and stuff.
All right. And lastly, any message you want to give to young girls or give to any young men out there that need some advice when it comes to this case?
Advice when it comes to this case?
If they've been abused or something
abuse victims or anything like that.
I don't understand the question.
have more rules.
Lauren, do you
Yes.
think the judge is impartial? Do you think he's biased? What do you think about
The
it?
judge is very impartial. He's very fair. I've been saying that from the beginning.
All money ain't good money.
Said the same thing.
I don't know if it's, yeah, okay. I think.
No,
He's a black man?
Okay.
He's Indian.
No, he's not a black
Because he
man.
has a weird name. Is he Indian?
He was born in India.
He's very fair.
He's very fair.
He's fair though.
Do you think the jurors are unfair or biased?
They just
The jurors. What do you think about that?
All right, yo,
I
I'm
don't
out.
have an opinion on that with them. I think they did their job.
They're just doing their job.
They
They
did their
did it.
job.
They did the job. And they took their
And
time
do
and they
you
did
think
it.
do you think that the case was race based? Do you think that if he was a white man, he would get off? Do you think that there would even be this type of racketeering, this type of charge if he was a white man?
Yo, anyway, yo, now it's that.
Lauren, I love you always. Let's go. We got to get over here and get this shit. What happened? What happened? What's going on?
Yeah!
What happened with Mike?
Yeah!
What happened with Mike?
Yeah. What the minimum is?
Listen,
You know what the minimum is? Zero.
Yeah,
The minimum is zero.
you great. Listen, hold
The
on.
minimum is zero.
Listen, y'all don't even know what y'all talking about, and I can't. Listen, you don't even know what you're talking about because first of all, zero don't apply to him. It's a sentencing guidelines chart, and he's on the offense level, and you got to see what offense level he falls on.
what if
So
he was
it's not
zero?
gonna be on zero.
So what? How much?
Yeah, that means he's in category 1,
So what?
and then you go
How much years
across
is
and you go
that?
down.
Zero to how many?
Yeah, so no, you go from 0 to 43. That's all.
Philanthropy.
Listen,
So how many
listen to
years
me.
you think
40
he's
years.
Listen what I'm
He's
saying.
been giving back to the community for 40 years. Philanthropy. First time offender. Never ever was behind in his taxes. Never ever was going. So you guys are saying 10?
How do you know?
That doesn't make any sense. Because it came up in court.
Less than 10. With time served, less
With
than
time
10.
served, he might get zero.
No, you're not.
That's why they blocked us out. They've never done it. I've been here since week 2 of the trial. They've never moved us from that area.
Oh no. He got gangs.
Baby oil for everybody.
Baby
oil.
Baby oil.
Baby oil.
I need my baby.
Baby oil. Oil up. Oil up in peace. Oil up in peace. Oil up in peace. Oil up, everybody. Oil up. Oil up. Oil up. You're not going to catch it. I'm going to hit this woman, and that woman going to beat me up. That woman with that red blouse going to beat me up, man. I slide it down there. I slide it. Listen, if it don't slip, you must acquit. If it don't slip, you must acquit. I'm not gonna tell you. Come on, I don't hit this woman. Nah, I wouldn't do it. Man. Oh, look at my girl, Chloe. Love you, Chloe. Follow Chloe Melas, MELAS on NBC. Follow my girl, Chloe. Baby oil for everybody. We oiling up in peace. Oil it up. Baby oil for everybody. Oil up in peace. Oil up in peace. I've been oiling things up way before Diddy. I didn't even know Diddy was on the team. I played for the Houston Oilers. I'm the one that played for the Houston Oilers. I played for the Houston Oilers the whole time, but I never knew Diddy was the GM the whole time. I never met the GM. I got kicked from the team because that's how me and you was there. That's not it. Oh man, I support the oils, man. Just the oils. Consensual oils. So my oils are different. Consensual oils. I only got consensual oils. So my oils will never get me caught up. Consensual oils. Sign the consent, lady. Oila. Oila. You see what I'm saying? Consensual oils, y'all. Consensual oils. This is my consensual oils. These is consensual oils. Consensual oils. Okay? You got to sign a consent form just to even get these oils. Consensual oils. Consensual oils. That's what we're doing.
They moved us from right here. Why do you think they
Consent, because we got consensual oils.
You so silly.
That's why they moved us. They don't want the oils to be consensual. They don't want that. Consensual
Tommy. Oh, look, did it. We outside. Udo on go. We all on go. The whole world on go. What's up? Shape on this thing. All right. You know, Udo always see something somewhere. I don't know why I always see him. I want nobody playing with my consensual oils. Crazy out here. Not with my consensual oils, right, Pop? I love your consensual oils, Poppy.
Relevant conduct. Some people say 180 months, 18 years. I'll be conservative and say 8. 8 years. I think he's getting 8 years. I don't think they'll give him the statute maximum only because he has no criminal record. Factor in that he is a celebrity. I'm sure the defense will say he's done all these positive things for the community. Certain things, you know, the prosecution will say the tale of two people. He's a devil behind the scenes. He's did this, that, and the other. And I think the judge is going to go in between. But wouldn't be shocked if the judge goes hard. I would be shocked if the judge goes light. If the judge goes light, then I would be more shocked. But I wouldn't be shocked if he goes higher. I'll just be safe, and I predict an 8. I just think 5 years is a little bit too light in the perception rise, right? Right. There's optics here. 5 years doesn't really send the message. I think 8 to 12 years sends a message. 8 to 12 years, somewhere in there. You know, because also, too, you got to factor in if he gets the full max, then appeals, all that stuff, chance of getting reversed. You go right on that Goldilocks medium. But he could get into a situation like get out on bond, get sentenced down the line, 3 months down the line, and they might even tell him to self-surrender to the BOP. He's not going anywhere. We know he's not going to go anywhere. But we'll know more soon. Look at the scene outside the courthouse. Wow, look at all these people.
Come on, they knew it was a Rico on my lap. That was a Rico. He beat the Rico on my.
No Rico.
He beat the Rico. Yo, when they said guilty or something, I dropped down to the ground. But he beat the Rico, though, yo. OOTAONGO.
What you think?
You know where we are.
I just got here. I knew the verdict was going to come in by the time I got here. And it's counts 3 and 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the judge can show in favor and maybe sentence him to 2
4 to
years
7.
apiece, running concurrently.
Yeah.
He got year time served. He'll be out in 3 months.
He'll be out in a little while.
Yeah.
Wow.
Come on, I love you.
He'll be out in 3 months.
I love you.
It's crazy. I'm just out here to get the news. I'm just going to get the tea for you. So, child, we gonna see. The girls were saying it was over. I was like, child, it could be over. I knew we were getting a guilty verdict on the transportation prostitution for sure. I knew we was getting that. The racketeering, I'm like, you could see it or you could not see it. I mean, the sex trafficking, you could see it or you could not see it. But the Rico was shaky. The Rico was shaky. The Rico was shaky, but
You know, I appreciate you. Gangster. You already know. I gave white people a rent.
People were holding up baby oils and throwing them and squirting it out there and celebrating. Some people gathered outside the courthouse after Sean Diddy Combs' verdict were seen spraying baby oil into the crowd. Remnants from the oil could be on the courthouse pavement. So people celebrated by waving baby oil. Streets around the courthouse swelling with Combs supporters. A large police presence has now moved into the streets around the federal court, with crowd controlling barricades going up. Worth Street was blocked off to traffic as Combs fans and onlookers added to the chaotic scene. They appear to be waiting for the Combs defense team and perhaps the defendant himself to appear at some point this afternoon. Could get released. Really, legitimately could get released. We got to the point where he could be released. All right, so it seems a little bit calm out here. Everything should be starting to get into play here in the next 20 minutes or so. Lawyers should be coming back. And we'll see. We'll see what happens here, if Diddy gets released or not. Outside of that courthouse here, 500 Pearl Street.
It's closed over here.
Another report. How Combs' verdict could impact his civil cases. By the way, in Idaho, there's a lot of people outside the courthouse, the Ada County Courthouse in Idaho, with Brian Kohlberger's case. In Idaho, just to let you know, there's a big hearing coming up in Idaho around the same time as when this is going on. So I just want to let everyone know, in Idaho with the Brian Kohlberger case, seems like there's quite a few people outside there with that situation going on there, where
It was interesting though, because I would have expected the women's groups honestly to show up a little bit earlier in the trial, like while the testimony was going on, or to come out to support. And there were a couple of individual women, maybe 2 or 3 at a time at certain points when Cassie was on the stand. But most of the people that were out here, and it has thinned out a little bit, were here to support Diddy, or they were just curious to see what, to see what was going on. There's a large contingent also of podcasters and people who are doing their own, doing their own thing to get the word out like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag right here, and everybody just waiting now. You got a lot of professional media from all over the world here to cover this story, because he is one of the most famous men in the world, and this has been covered heavily everywhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we continue covering the verdict coming down on this very, very influential case.
We'll be right back.
Everybody subscribe now. I'm going live again. Subscribe now. Going live again. Subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe here. Cash App, Food on Go. Y'all run it up. Salute to everybody. Salute to my girl today, especially for that $100 super chat. That's what I'm talking about. That's the real type shit, huh? That shit came from home, son. I ain't make ice, homie. That shit came from crib. And I'm surprised they got a little bit of ice left. Oh, that nigga be on a mission. Damn sure was. I was wondering who umbrella that was. Probably Puff family. Okay. New here? Nah, Shay, you ain't new, baby. You here, man. You're a part of us, man. On Go. Welcome to On Go. We all on Go. People in the chat is the Go gang. We all on Go together. We help each other think about shit. And we helping each other. That's what we do here. So we laughing about some shit. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna chill. We're gonna have a good time too. That's what we doing on Go, man. Life is too stressful. You gotta laugh sometimes. You don't laugh, you'll cry. Don't do that, you'll freaking die. You need to laugh. You need to. Shout out to all of my people. Shout out to all my Uda's Angels in the building, all my ladies. That's the Uda's Angels if you new here. Uda Angels. Hi. Saddle up. Let me saddle up. Yo, you from Australia? I got a dingo in my pants, in my braids. I got a dingo in my braids, mate. All right, my girl. Listen, you know how we do, bro. Appreciate you. You too, bro. Facts of life, bro. Yo, Australia. I got a dingo in my braids. Australia. Mate. Not sound down. Don't say that. I do have a shirt, but it's... Mate, you hear what I said, mate?
the smoke, cop the bug. The world's wolves, get your ass in the tub, let's get it. You pop the jaw, and I'm domino. And if you come through on that bullshit, then it's domino. Get it? You illin', and I'm chillin'. You little niggas be holding your feelings. And I'm steadily trying to get this money up stacked from the motherfucking floor to the ceiling. Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? Wanna come through, gonna show love, gonna cop the smoke, cop the drink. The war's warm, let's get to the paint.
Family still here?
Well, Jane Doe, I don't know. Jane Doe threw the case at the end. I don't know if you guys have been here from the beginning, but she threw the case for the prosecution at the end. So, and so I feel like they could have got Cassie, for the trafficking, but Jane Doe, it just didn't work. I knew that the RICO was going to be muffled under the baby oil. So, Laura LaRosa, what are you thinking? What is it giving? We did. We do. Like, I don't have any kind of, I'm not gagged. I'm not nothing. I just feel like.
If he walks up out of this courtroom, it's going to be insane. But we knew. I don't think I was for sure about how they would do the whole
Sex trafficking. That was the one I didn't know. That one could go either way. Because here's the thing. You could see it or you could not see it. It's there if you want to see it or it's there if you don't. Because you got two polar opposite witnesses.
The notes he took and just sent me the pages. Just sent me the pages, bro. I was just asking him, like, what happened? And he just sent me the pages, bro. His own view. His own shit he wrote. His journalistic view.
Prove those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys, some saying that this is a win all around, some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time, and it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the two that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking, at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they can run concurrent or consecutive. That solves something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's certainly something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us. Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming, and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see them not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error, and it will not. This is a bulletproof from my perspective. This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that? An overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have.
I'm all over the place. I don't know, but I'm gonna be back. Oh God. Oh shit, that ain't about to go. Oh my God. They about to come over here and start fucking with this lady. Oh my God. They about to come over here and start fucking with this lady. They about to come over here and start fucking with this lady. They look. They, oh my. Oh, they about to come over here and start fucking with this lady. This, look, she running. Look. Look. Look.
Platform to gain more followers and money. You lied to your whole platform.
Look.
To gain money. You lied to everybody to gain money. Are you gonna give your subscribers their money thanks to the lies you told?
Oh my God. Child.
You're the mad one. Bro, me broke? You think I'm broke?
Oh.
Armand Lincoln. You ain't gonna put a finger on me up in this motherfucker. You ain't gonna put a finger on me. I'm not touching nobody. I'm not in harm of you. I'm not even within 6 feet of you. You're a liar. You are a liar, Tisha.
What?
Liar, Tisha. They told us that is a liar.
They saying that Tisa said, they saying that.
And she's working for the prosecution. And she was paid by the prosecution. She's a federal informant, and she was paid by the prosecution to tell lies on social media. That's what this right here in front of the court building, that she's a fucking liar.
Oh my God.
You don't want to say week, but 8 weeks, we don't give a damn about that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Dry ass week, 8 weeks.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Off the Diddy case and the lies you told. You gained your momentum off the lies you told on P. Diddy. Now go back and apologize to her family for lying.
She also lied on Jonathan Majors
and Sheila Robinson.
She hates black men.
She hates black people.
And look at all the cameras. This is very uncomfortable for her. It's a lot going on. And and I'm just here. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you the news. You know what I'm saying? Because
Your iPhone brings.
You got to keep it separate from the baby. That's how you get caught up in a freak out. So just make sure you listen.
So you've been here each and every day for the past 7 weeks now. Can you maybe give me a sense of how this has sort of grown in terms of chaos and bedlam out here?
Yes, and every day, I think every day got crazier and crazier. You know, we got everybody coming out here, like I said, foreigners, people getting arrested out here. As far as even in the court, you know what I mean? Our anticipation building with this case, I think we got the meat and potatoes early, and then it kind of like got a little stagnant in between some spaces. They give some custodians some other things. I understand that they got to tie in their case, they got to bring it in. But you know, we like movies, Game of Thrones, good shows. So we look to star witnesses and the starlets. We looking for the characters. You know what I mean? So based on the movie that they gave us, you know, they got a couple.
What do you expect now to see from Mr. Combs? What do you expect next step?
I think his next step is one, rehabilitation and therapy, which they say he's already doing while he's in. Come out, still seeking some therapy. But what I think he needs to be now is an advocate against abuse and abuse of women, abuse of anybody. I think he needs to stand firmly and become a beacon. He needs to become something he personally needs to do. You know what I mean? Stand up for women and people that's been in violent relationships. Start giving some people.
Lisa can hear us?
I know it's loud out there where she is as well. Lisa,
Okay.
you got us yet?
Excuse me. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
So anyway, we just want to recap for everybody what was going on. Certainly a very, very busy day for us, but a verdict has been reached in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. The music mogul acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of the 2 prosecution charges.
The jury was looking over this evidence of this case for 7 weeks, and they made their decision after almost 2 days. It was very quick for them to turn this around.
7 weeks, 34 witnesses, took the stand, and we've been having discussions about the weightiest of the charges, the RICO charge, the racketeering, just how much of a burden of proof was on the prosecution to try to convict, find him guilty, conviction on that one alone.
And that burden of proof was not reached by the Southern District of New York. As you can see, between the jury having to mull that over for 2 days and make that quick decision, you can see clearly that evidence was not there for the RICO charge from count 1 and count 2. But the other charges he was convicted on with the prostitution and transporting women across state lines.
For prostitution.
We're talking about 10 years on each of those, and that is the maximum sentence.
A maximum sentence. So he is potentially facing 20 years that we're talking about 55-year-old Sean Combs. However, the judge in this case, Arun Subramanian, has his discretion here. He can do this either way. And then also, what you brought up a little while ago, time served, figures into this as well.
9 months that you're looking at there. There's no minimum for the 2 charges that he was convicted on there, but it is up to the judge's discretion as he has no prior criminal background. So we're going to see how the sentencing plays out. Teams on both sides, Diddy's team, and we're talking about the prosecution as well, trying to figure out what this looks like now as they're supposed to be coming back with notes.
At 1 o'clock. So literally in 40 seconds,
And that's going to determine where Diddy goes from here on out, whether he is going to have to stay here in New York until sentencing or whether he's asking, can I go back to Florida, be in my home there on Star Island, and then maybe a couple other states. We'll see how this plays out, though. We're going to continue following all of this.
And of course, he may have to wear an ankle bracelet. That's also part of the considerations that the judge will take in. But I believe this is going to do it for us here, wrapping up our coverage.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to stay on top of this throughout the day. You can find more information on the 5 and 6 p.m. and follow us live on the Fox Local app as we're continuing following what is happening on the Diddy.
That's the fam. She's with the family. Family look all right, though. Family strutting, though. Oh, gee, look. Strutting. Who that? Who that? Who that, Mike? Whose son? My brother? Where they at? Where you see these people at? Oh, they going inside. Oh, everybody keep going in. I'm wondering where the hell. I'm pointing here. Where the hell? Oh, that's what's happening. I got you. Now I know where they at. Yo, look at this camera right here, your brother. They keep saying, yo, I'm like, what the fuck? Yo, Diddy might get bailed right now, son. They about to let Diddy out. Yeah, Diddy get out? Bro, where my hair dye at? Somebody run and get me a bottle of hair dye. We dying Diddy shit right here live on the streets. We doing his roots today. Today he's getting a touch up. Today he's getting a touch up. Hold up. Oh, they play my theme song. Tell me if you like it. Tell me. Ooh. Baby, tell me if you like it. Say y'all want to make my move. Face me though. Yeah. Say yes, face me though. Oh, baby, tell me if you like.
I might print out some text.
This will be a moment whether he gets released or not.
More bottles to give out. He squared away. 4,000 bottles back. Get your margaritas. Get your senoritas. Come with police tonight. It's free and goody. Did it come here on Diddy's side? I'm still not on Diddy's side. I'm on the side of what's right. And I'm on the wrong side. My best friend side, who I love so much, I love my life. If you judge him by his family, you do not even say you can judge a person by their family. You think Diddy's a very nice person. Bobby is someone also that other guy too. that other guy. He's not old.
Not guilty. We're going to talk about what this means. We're going to talk about what happened. We're going to talk about what the government said. And we're going to talk about the way I feel that that jury has failed us. I feel like the jury failed us. I feel like we stepped back 20 years. I feel like they sent a message about what they care about. Celebrity, money, power, influence, flunkies. I feel like this is a travesty, okay? I know that there are a lot of Diddy supporters that are celebrating, but they're not even celebrating for Diddy. They're celebrating that wealth, that depravity, that violence could live another day. They're celebrating that they're idle, that in their beds while they sit there and wonder why their lives turned out, that they're idle, someone they hope for, they aspire to be. Someone that as he gets not guilty, he's not even going to say 2 words to these people. They are celebrating the fact that the man, the myth, the legend, someone that they looked up to, that their idol was set free. You guys, let's get into this. First of all, I do want to say I feel for all the victims that came forward, and I feel for all the victims that actually came forward and testified, that put their lives, that shared the most humiliating parts of their life to be picked apart, to be mocked, to be laughed at. In the closing arguments, while the jury was sitting there giggling, while Mark Agnifilo was saying Cassie's gangster and she could take 2 or 3 people. And my heart goes out to the victims that actually came forward. And my heart goes out to the future victims that saw what happened, that saw what money and power bought. And my heart goes out to those people that put themselves on the line only to get this. People are cheering for someone they didn't even know. People are cheering at the fact that someone that they would never let their daughter, their sister, their mother, their father, their brother, their friend be treated like that. But again, it is what it is. The prosecution is saying they are going to go for the maximum sentence, which carries 20 years. The judge is charged with sentencing. There's a chance that he could be out on probation. Now, I'm going to take you into the courtroom. What happened? Of course, listen, looking back, so I know what you guys are thinking, what happened, because I am in shock. You found the prostitution, but that's because there was no way you could get around it. You found the you found the prostitution because there was no way to get around it. But for everything else, the
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We kind of frozen. All right, here we go. Hey, what's up, right? People acting like I'm the prosecution, but baby, they can bring the smoke if they want. They acting like I'm the prosecution. So anyway, you guys, listen, what does it say? Do you see the things that I actually just put up with? These people are
crazy. This man literally came up because this man literally came up and tried to cause a scene because his idol, someone he's.
All right, there's Justin. Justin popped out. Justin popped up.
Oh my God. I know. She's been out here all the time since.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
We just want to get your reaction. You said he was going to prison, might be coming home. Just want to get your reaction. What do you think about the replay?
I think that much like you, the jury very ignorant, acted ignorantly, and had to. No, I'm saying the way you came up on me is ignorant. Well, baby, here I am.
So, what do you think about the replay? What about all of the lies?
I think I'm on live right now. Okay, worry about your little channel, sweetie. What's that? Diddy is still not gonna let you suck his dick, baby. He's going for 20. Baby, your channel's not doing a good job. Anyway, right? Anyway, here we go, right? As we go, right? As we go. Hey, what's up, right? People acting like I'm the prosecution, but baby, they can bring the smoke if they want. They acting like I'm the prosecution. So anyway, you guys, listen, what does it say? Do you see the things that I actually just put up with? These people are crazy. This man literally came up because this man literally came up and tried to cause a scene because his idol, someone he's never met or known. Again, the level of ignorance that is in Diddy supporters, the fact that they're saying I lied on Diddy by reading court documents, I lied on Diddy by what was going on, I lied on Diddy. This is the supporters they have, and this is the world that we live in. This is the world that we live in. Listen, this is the world. Baby, I am securityed up on all corners. Don't worry, I'm fine. All right, so let's get into what actually happened, okay? They have a verdict on all counts, okay? He was only convicted of the Mann Act, and that is prostitution. Now, this turned out to be what the jury was doing, okay? Somebody tweeted that this tells me there's a strong chance that the jury has found him not guilty on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, because if they found him guilty on those, number 1 would be easy, okay? So let's get in this, all right? They said it never made sense that he was guilty. People said that it never made sense that he was guilty of sex trafficking. Then they split on RICO. He would have been automatically guilty of RICO if he had trafficked the 2 women. But yeah, listen, here's where I think things might have went wrong. The jury selection, okay? It should have been younger people on that jury and way more women. Of course, an older male jury would assume the women were just whores. I said it. Older men are, it is what it is. Again, they had to rush the indictment without first actually uncovering his full criminal enterprise. Instead of taking the usually 2 years of investigation, an actual huge racketeering enterprise, they did an only quick few months before they started bringing stuff to the grand jury. Let me just say this for anybody asking. I stand 100% down on what I thought and what I felt about Diddy. I do think that this was a miscarriage of justice. I think that the jurors are ignorant. I think the people that supported, well, not the jurors, but the people that support Diddy were ignorant. And I think the jury made the wrong call. I think the jury made the wrong call. And I stand 10 toes down on that. I hope the prosecution does appeal, okay? Now get this, the investigation, okay? There were no wiretaps or phone warrants. The investigation, or no investigating, or maybe there is about the people around him. Again, we can talk about the investigation. We know that Damian Lewis had to leave. We knew they did the best they could. But again, let's not act like Diddy did not have a lock on anything and everybody, okay? Again, the claim of Jane, we have to argue, as a victim on the prosecution's side, knowing full well that Diddy was paying for the lawyer that was advising on how to testify. This is what people are saying, okay? On top of that, right? The cutting out of crucial witnesses, especially after the other ones were maybe didn't do the best on cross. I think that was a strategic gamble that Diddy made, and I think it turned out very well. What was the actual strategic gamble? We need to look at it for what it was. They thought the defense was going to call people. And at the end of the day, the defense decided not to call anybody. That was another huge, it was a gamble, and the gamble paid off, okay? Again, I stand 10 toes down. I think this was a miscarriage of justice. I think the jury got it wrong. But the jury was older. They were misogynistic. They were horrible, okay? Another mistake, I believe, okay? Not charging other co-conspirators. It looked crazy for Diddy to be sitting there by himself and claiming a criminal enterprise, okay? And making all the co-conspirators sit there in the court together. The way, listen, the way, okay, that they could have used this opportunity to dig through what Diddy had been doing illegally, but this is what money can buy you. Mark Agnifilo, he did it. Oh, I saw him in the elevator. He actually made a comment, right? Some people from ABC asked him, how did this happen, right? The fact that they're, you know, and he said that this was a big win, okay? Somebody asked him, how did your big win feel? He said, in 35 years, I have never felt like this. He was looking like he had just won the Super Bowl. And they said, how do you feel? He said, I'm relieved that I don't feel miserable. I'm relieved that I do not feel miserable. And he said in 35 years, he has never felt like this. Again, it defies logic and it defies odds that this jury found that man innocent of all that. The kidnapping, the arson, the robbery, everything that actually happened. And they said it didn't matter. They said those women's pain didn't matter. They said their bodies didn't matter. They said it didn't matter. And there are a bunch of idiots that literally are celebrating depravity. They're celebrating that you can use people's party favors. They're celebrating they can get away. And I get it. I see why Diddy and his family are celebrating. They want to get
for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process.
All right, so we kind of want to go back and forth between what's going on. So we're just sharing that, you know, there was a big hearing in reference to Brian Kohlberger, whether the judge will accept the plea deal on that case or not. So we're monitoring that while we're monitoring what's going on. We got two big cases that we cover on JLR Investigates going at the same time, one in New York and one in Idaho.
I've been hearing lots of comments that Diddy's family's looking for me. King Combs was in the hallway saying, "Where's Tisa? Where's Tisa? Where's Tisa?" Tisa's right here. Tisa's still standing down on truth, right? It was either one of the sons or somebody with them, right? It doesn't matter. The whole point is, even with the Combs family, this is what I mean about the hostility. I didn't bring those charges. I stand by. I believe what the government said, and I stand by the victims. But the fact that now, and this is what that dream team actually did, they let this man back on the street, right? Because now let's talk about everybody that didn't lick his feet. Let's talk about everybody that wasn't part of his thing. Let's talk about everybody that believed the victims, because now it's time for the Combs Enterprise to do what the Combs Enterprise does, and that is to do what? To apply that pressure, to apply that money, and to apply those bottom feeders that really don't care about anything except their proximity to wealth. It is what it is. Let's get back into this, okay? Again, I think the co-conspiratorship, but again, I am Monday quarterbacking. The prosecution put on a great prosecution. This really goes into what they think abuse is, what people think abuse is, how much they're willing to stand against it, what they're willing to accept. This was a message to all victims. And the message is stay quiet. The message is people don't care. And the message is Diddy doesn't even have to lift a finger to silence people. He doesn't even have to lift a finger to silence people. They will actually do it. Again, the dream team got him off so they can now start applying pressure and now start doing. Mark Agnifilo stood up and said they would be an action. There is Xavier and Westmoreland leaving the court. They are part of the dream team that got Diddy free. Again, they did their job and they did their job well. Unfortunately, their job, in my opinion, was getting a monster off. Again, this isn't a loss for me. I was advocating for victims. This is a loss for all of us. This is a loss for society. And the fact that when all that went down, that is all they could say, that is all they could do. Again, I still stand 10 toes down. And all these people saying, ha, 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 I get it. We live in a world, in a country, in a time when nobody cares about anybody, right? Nobody cares about anybody. Let's get, listen, let's get this. Let's get into this. Cassie's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, has made a statement, okay? He said, this entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November 2023. They said, although the jury did not find Diddy guilty of sex trafficking, Cassie, beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. By coming forward with her experience, Cassie has left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. This is a direct statement from Cassie's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, okay? We must repeat with no reservation that we believe and support our client, who showed exemplary courage throughout this trial. She displayed unquestionable strength and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that has persisted for decades without repercussion. This case proved that change is long overdue, and we will continue to fight on behalf of survivors. Well,
that nigga turned some people that's Diddy haters, maybe not Diddy supporters, but they don't heckle him, spoke, speak with niggas. I mean, it's real shit, son. Real shit, son. people that don't like Diddy would never shake any of their hands, shake his hand, son. And that's crazy. That's a testament to show you who a person is, bro. Gangster.
That this whole thing was unnecessarily rushed. All right? And grand jury, listen, grand juries and home raise are what happens when you end the investigation. Those feds were bringing stuff to the grand jury just a few months after opening an investigation. The fact at the end that they're rushed and lazy investigations, the feds knew nothing more about Diddy and his business operations than what was Cassie's complaint, right? I mean, the Rolling Stones found out more about the illegal stuff that Diddy was doing than the feds did, all right? Everyone knew Diddy was doing mob-type stuff to keep people in shady deals and cutting former business partners out. 2 years of wiretaps and pressure to talk and be charged as a co-conspirator would have done a lot. But again, Mark Agnifilo took that away, okay? Listen, again, it is what it is. Again, this is a watershed moment, okay? It is a watershed moment. Again, it is a watershed moment. Again, what are you doing? It is a watershed moment. You guys, listen. All I can say is this, okay? All I can say is this. Again, people want to talk about controlling the media, okay? When I say watershed moment, I don't mean that good. I mean that it's a watershed moment and a wake-up call for the type of country we live in, for the type of thoughts that are in people's minds from 40 to 71 years old, and the fact that they will actually do that. I will say this, okay? I will say this. This is not over, and we need to move forward. I get all the flunkies of Diddy are happy their idol, who wouldn't even spit on them, is out. Because this is the type of lifestyle they idolize. A world where women can be drugged, they can be transported, they can be beaten, and nothing, as long as you have enough money and power, the respect that brings will guarantee that you will never get anything again. Again, this is a circus and this is America. This is the world we live in. A woman's body means nothing. Bruises mean nothing. SA mean nothing, okay? And now we have a thing of black men coming, trying to do. You guys, listen, I will actually say something, right? At the end of the day, these were federal charges. And the fact that people think that federal charges do not have anything and they don't stick about... Oh, these broke niggas is mad. So anyway, listen, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, excuse me, can you please move him away, please? So at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, right? We will, listen, at the end of the day, we have done what we can. This shows that these people care more about, right? We have shown. Y'all, I work for the feds. So listen, what's been actually happening is, I'm glad I'm turning into the story, honey. I'm glad I'm going. Okay, so listen, at the end of the day, these people are sitting here in their struggle, mad that Diddy doesn't even know they exist. They want it. I get it. They're mad that they don't have, right? Listen, they are mad. They're mad. They're mad. They are mad. Listen, at the end of the day, the prosecution is showing what it is. And now they are saying that I should be the story because I actually went to the prosecution. Because at the end of the day, they are mad that I went with what the prosecution could say, that I did with what the prosecution would say, and they're mad. There's all these bottom feeders that literally are trying to get money off they can, but they cannot, right? Listen, at the end of the day, these people need to be worrying about whether Diddy's going to get time and not yelling at me. I get it that I'm the story. I know they need me for the views. I know they need me for the content. I know they need me for those pennies and those money. And I know that they are the type of men that feel very comfortable trying to harass and bully and intimidate women. At the end of the day, this is the type of people they are. They want to bully women. They want the quiet women. And there's a bunch of dusty, ugly, male-identified women also riding on them. At the end of the day, this is the world we live in. And I'm glad. Thank you for my baby for paying for security. Thank you for my baby for keeping me protected. Baby, I love you and I will see you soon. Okay? But at the end of the day, these are Diddy supporters. Grown men rolling up on women, trying to intimidate them, trying to make me feel scared, trying to make me feel, because they're mad that the federal government looked at behavior and said it's no. They are hoping that maybe they can get like a few things. There's a bunch of dusty, ugly, men-identified women mad that patriarchy didn't work for them, that are riding along with them. I get it. This is the world that we live in. They're mad. A federal government bought up things, and this is crashing out. He's crashing out. He's crashing out, and I love to see it. He is whoever it is, he is crashing out. Meanwhile, the man that he rolled out for don't know him, won't shake his hand, but he wants at the end of the day. And any gay, listen, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, it is what it talks about. And I get it. And it's sad that these band of married men are doing this. You guys, let's get back into this, okay? So anyway, Mark Agnifilio, listen, I will say this one time. The jury got it wrong, and the jury enabled this behavior. This is what the jury enabled. These are the people that support Diddy. This is the type of thing that they want actually done. Grown men crashing out, emotional over someone that doesn't even know they exist. Grown men fighting for the fact that they should be able to abuse, bully, yell. This is the world they want to live in. This is the world they want to live in. And now they're crashing out, screaming, voices cracking, because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it.
As to count 4, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count 5, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Koberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone.
I'm going to the Diddy party. I'm going to the Diddy party. Listen, and if you now came here, you don't know that a lot's been happening fast. Mama Combs has adopted me. She's my grandmother now. My name is Uda Combs. So not only did I take Diddy's dance, the damn dance, Diddy. Not only did I take Diddy dance, I took his damn song.
Probably kick him out of there.
I mean, I didn't participate. Like that was a thing of mine. But I mean, I went to one once. I didn't do anything.
Well, little thing?
Back in the day when there was like, you know, Plato's retreat and a couple of stuff. I didn't do anything. You could go and I didn't.
You was using your voice. You should try to see it.
It wasn't my thing.
You was a visionary.
No,
You was a visionary.
I met with this guy. You wanted to go, and like I thought it was kind of gross being around people you didn't know, and then you know, gross. Like I didn't find it. You know.
What up, Mike?
He got the astroglide over there. He made me come over here for that.
If it don't slip, you must have quit.
Y'all letting Uda do that?
If it don't slip,
Uda do that?
y'all must have quit.
Yo, listen. At least Uda, listen. Uda said, listen, he been the same way from day one. So some of these other people is hypocrites out here because you know they was not all rooting for Diddy.
No, they wasn't. No, they
Now
wasn't.
all of a sudden everybody's Diddy fan, taking their shirts off, rubbing their nipples and all that.
Mike be cooking people. Mike don't care, sir. I had to talk Mike down off the ledge a couple of times. Like, yo, Mike, hold on, Mike, please. Trust me. Nah, Uda don't care.
They talking about trying to get him.
Uda, yo, son, Diddy's getting a bail, homie.
No.
Diddy's getting a bail. Yo, y'all saw me. Did y'all see me on Shade Room? Shout out Shade Room. Did you see me on TMZ everywhere? All up Armand Wiggins and Barney. Y'all ain't see me all them up?
He should be sentenced. He should go back. He should stay in jail until he gets sentenced.
Who, Diddy?
Yeah.
He think that Diddy should stay. That's his own thought, bro. I think he should get out of here. He been in there for like 10 months. You've been in there for 10 months. You tried your thing on me. If y'all want to try again, try again. But I don't think they should try again because y'all done did this. It's dragged up and it's tied. That's why they're trying to have people hold up.
No, they can't try.
So he about to be free. He about to be free. Diddy's about to get out of the jail. And the biggest party I am invited to, and I have already retributed 500 bottles of baby oil that Diddy was taking from him. I gave 500 in. So 500 left. Slip and slide at your own risk. If it don't slip, you must acquit. If it don't slip, you must acquit.
In the Diddy case, after 2 days, the jury has reached unanimous decisions on 4 of the 5 counts. The problem is that 5th count means that we don't get to find out what the verdicts are on the other 4 because they are hung up on racketeering, which is what we talked about for days now, that racketeering from the get-go has been the problematic count
It is a
for the
very
prosecution.
complicated charge.
And a lot of people saying it's square peg, round hole, that we know that there are multiple jurors on both sides. It's not just one holdout, that on racketeering, they are stuck. But they have reached a decision on sex trafficking as it results with Cassie. They've reached a decision on the Mann Act, the interstate transportation of a sex worker, as to Cassie. They have reached a decision, unanimous, on sex trafficking as to Jane, and they have reached a decision on the Mann Act as to Jane.
So, but what does this mean? What's confusing is all of those things that you just said are also included in the racketeering count.
So we don't know what the vote is.
So we don't know what the vote is. It's hard to read what they what they possibly came up with.
Let me read. Let me
read
read between the lines on what you're saying, because what Charles, I think, it's just a valid point that you need to find two crimes in order to.
The jury verdict for him is, do you find him guilty or not guilty of racketeering? Before you even get to the predicate acts, which you only get to if you find guilt, they could just be hung up on that question and say, this guy's not Tony Soprano. I am not convinced that I even want to find guilt on the act.
Yeah. Now, here's the complication. The jury came in and said, look, we can't make a decision on racketeering. We seem deadlocked. And then the question is, Jason, help me out here. There's something called the Allen charge, which is kind of the nuclear weapon of a judge, where the judge kind of gently badgers them and says, you got to reach a decision in some form. And there was a lot of talk about whether the judge should give that charge or just send him back, or just throw his hands up and say, you're hung and that's it, and we'll just read the 4 counts.
Yeah, so prosecutors wanted a modified Allen charge, some sort of an instruction from the judge when sending them back in to deliberate that it varied in some way from the original charge he gave them to deliberate until they have a verdict. The defense immediately said, no, we shouldn't modify the Allen charge, at least not yet. They sort of held off, it may happen later on. But because what the defense wants is no change. They don't want the judge to say anything that might sort of persuade those holdout jurors to come around. They want to keep it status quo, send them back in, which is ultimately what happened. Send them back in, Your Honor, with no additional charge, just to keep on doing their job, because they're convinced that at this point, if they haven't reached a verdict after what's been 14 hours, they're not going to reach a verdict without an additional charge.
So the defense wants to keep however many jurors are the holdouts, keep them that way so that they will get a hung jury.
I think they want a hung jury on racketeering, for sure. Now, here's the rub. So they're going to be in court tomorrow deliberating. They've gone home for the night. They're going to be in court tomorrow. The dynamic with juries, and we've just seen this over and over and over again, is when they're up against a 4-day holiday, they miraculously come together.
They seem motivated, right? They seem motivated to get this done.
Yeah.
They wanted to get it done today. They would have, I think the jury was.
They were happy with 4 out of 5.
Happy with the 4 or 5, and we're probably hoping the judge. We're hoping the judge would just send them home.
There's a really good point on this, because the prosecution wanted the judge to mention to the jury that they may have to come back on July 3rd, which is supposed to be a holiday. The defense said, we don't want you to mention that, Judge. And they specifically said, because if you say to them they have to come back July 3rd, it might motivate them to actually reach a resolution tomorrow.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday. And so instead, what they want the jury to think, hey, if we can, those holdout jurors, if we can just hold out for tomorrow, we'll be sent home, hung jury, we're done. If the jury knew that they might have to come back on Thursday, then they might have a problem.
Nothing drives consensus like a 4-day weekend.
That's
I'm
right.
telling you, like that jury is sitting there, and if there's one holdout, he's sweat, or he or she.
Yeah.
Elise Mahover from New York, and it's not surprising that the jury is hung up on the racketeering charge in the Diddy case, because that's sort of a really complex charge, and also it's good that they have found him, or, they made a decision on the 4 other counts. But honestly, I thought RICO was the charge that they had in the bag. And now it looks like they'll end up, convincing at least the other 4 counts. But let's see what happens with the...
Yeah, they may or may not make a decision. So listen, to summarize, the jury has come back unanimously with verdicts on sex trafficking as to Jane and Cassie, on the Mann Act as to Jane and Cassie, but they have some kind of split, and it's not 11-1. It's multiples on each side. We don't know what the multiples are, but they seem to think that they're all dug in and they can't make a decision. So they're back tomorrow. They're up against a 4-day holiday. So tomorrow might be a
4-day holiday or just a 3-day holiday?
It might be Judgment Day for Diddy, where the verdict is read, and like you said, Diddy was not looking too happy in court. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a break.
When we come back, there will be no jury in the Brian Kohberger case, why the victims' families are infuriated at his plea deal that spares him from the death penalty.
Don't slip, you must have quit. Yeah, homie, look. Yeah, if it don't slip, you must have quit. Facts. I was gifted this.
Oh yeah,
I was gifted the oils. Consensual oils.
These is consensual orders. No, I ain't gonna use these. Listen, Diddy getting out. I'm in the freak off later. Look, we all in the freak off. The whole world oiling up. Oil it up. Oil it up. Make baby O safe again and great again. You already, sis. Salute to you, man. You did your thing, sis. You heard?
In public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office.
Take a break. I'm taking a break. Yeah, just leave your phone there to watch it. Yeah. Let him see you do that.
It's incredibly obvious what is happening right now with the price of XRP, but even more so where the price is going. I want to talk to you about that in this video, guys. As my wife, 3-year-old son, 2 dogs, and I have officially made it to Flagstaff, Arizona. It's 75 degrees here, feeling extremely cool today, especially in comparison to as we were driving through the desert yesterday, guys. I saw it hit 113 degrees. It was absolutely baking, feeling good to be in much cooler climate. But let's talk all things XRP. Why it is so incredibly obvious what is happening right now in the market, as it's even more so obvious where the price of XRP is going and when it is going there. I want to talk to you about that, guys. All I ask is if you do like talking about XRP, let's get into it. Let's talk to you about the several things that have just happened in the past 24 hours. As we saw the big, beautiful bill pass Senate, now it needs to go on to the House, which of course is going to pump all assets, not just cryptocurrencies, but stocks. As we start to see money flow into this market, they start to turn that money printer on. We saw the big one, Grayscale, converting their large cap fund, which does include XRP, into an ETF just yesterday. We saw Weeba securing a 100 million equity line for an XRP treasury. We saw Deutsche Bank, which is a partner of Ripple, launch crypto custody services. We saw Fed Chairman Powell calling crypto stablecoins a positive step and says framework is underway, while we see that now the the Federal Housing Committee is looking to call on Congress to actually investigate Federal Chairman Jerome Powell, and they're looking to put someone else in his place that's going to allow for interest rate cuts down to about 1% is what Donald Trump wants. But regardless, they're moving fast and swift on that. Now, also Paul Atkins put out here today, he is committed to advancing tokenization. And while we see it essentially guaranteed now that we will see XRP ETFs, spot ETFs, 100% guaranteed to be passed at this point in time, knowing that Grayscale converted their large cap fund to an ETF, we're going to see money flow into XRP. That is guaranteed. But what did we see yesterday, guys? On top of all of this good news, we saw XRP pull back, and here today it's up about 2%. So it's never been more obvious that right now the market makers and manipulators out there are pushing XRP, suppressing XRP down, while they know for a fact what is coming. A tremendous amount of value coming to XRP, sending the valuation to extremely high price. We're talking about a ton of capital coming into XRP. So this is why I say those calling for a $5, $10 XRP are not bullish enough. They just simply are not bullish enough. Today we saw OpenPaid Rails with EUR and GBP now live. A press release was put out on that, allowing for further utility, further adoption of XRP. And so while we get prepared for law to come to this market and an absolute change in the way the world of finance is done, XRP is in the middle of it. XRP is a 4-5 digit coin, but yet still the market makers are doing what they do best, manipulating this market. And I hate to laugh about it, but it's just so obvious. It's so blatantly obvious. But for those of us that can hold strong and take a close look at XRP and what is happening and pay attention to what's happening in the world around us, this is a tremendous opportunity. This is a coin that it's the only coin that I believe people, and not financial advice, really need to be in terms of in this digital revolution that's going to allow for life-changing gains. This is a coin that is the heartbeat of the new financial system as I see it. And so guys, just want to put a quick video out and talk to you about how it's just incredibly obvious. What is happening with XRP? We see bullish news every single day just about, but it seems as though good news equals downward pressure. We know what is about to come. Institutional money, capital flowing into this market unlike we've ever seen in history. Guys, the flip of the switch is very close. I couldn't be more excited. I appreciate all your support, guys. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you all in the next one.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2020,
is Eastern time is probably the best times. I'm not even gonna lie. When it comes to myself, you know, my channel, and y'all know, y'all. I guess y'all watch it around that time. But definitely stay tuned for more videos. Definitely gotta check this out. Like I said, let's check it out, y'all.
A couple of things. First off, AOC is near the very tippy top for who the Democrat Party wants to run their party in the 2028 presidential polling. This may come as a shock to you, but not if you're paying attention. He is actually from, and everybody seemed to agree with that. So he went and did.
Benny then took a trip and went to Yorktown,
It
y'all.
went viral. It's been seen by millions, and it got nearly 100,000 likes on YouTube. Over here on X, it's done millions of views. Let's go ahead and check in. 6.2 million views. Well, there you go. AOC built a political brand on being a Bronx girl. Is that true? No, it's a lie. I traveled to AOC's hometown to investigate. If you'd like to watch that investigation, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Link in the description. There's the link. But it's very interesting to me how viral this went. Americans really wanted to hear this story. It's weird how the global media, who's all based in New York, let this obvious lie sit right in front of their faces. I guess this is what independent media is for. Thank you very much for supporting us.
I ain't gonna lie, just that reach.
Oh, look at this. They're leaving. They're leaving. Family members of Combs are leaving the court. The family of Sean P. Diddy Combs are seen right there on the right, walking out now that we have a hearing scheduled for 5 p.m. 5 p.m. bond hearing. We have a 5 p.m. bond hearing. Oh, boy. Crazy stuff. 5 p.m. A wild day. Crazy, crazy. All right. So going back, they're saying that he'll post $1 million bond, co-sign.
Talk to Luch. Yo, Luch. Yo, Luch. Don't let me get in my bag. Let me get in my bag. Oh no, I'm waiting for I ain't muted. I'm not muted. I was just muted just a second. I'm muted? Hold on, wait. Somebody probably called me, bro, some dumb shit. Yo, bro.
I don't want to.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep fronting. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down, see on my face that